Come on to the festival of Thrift. Come big and small to the festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the Festival of Thrift. Tell us about it. Go on, shout it, beating of the earth, pulses through our veins, an unexpected gift to lift our hands again. We're cultivating, we're animating, enjoying simple things, moving, joining in. Come on to the festival of Thrift. Come big and small to the festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the Festival of Thrift. Tell us about it. Go on, shout. See spectacle and wonder, a feast of surprise, a carnival of glad rags parade before our eyes. Taste the seagull, around the stand to mingle, hear the music play, drifting through the day. Come on to the festival of Thrift. Come big and small to the festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the festival. Everyone is welcome to join in our endeavor, reusing and upcycling old junk into new treasure. Let's craft a better future. Thrifting leads to thriving, sustainable intentions for more than just surviving. Come on to the festival of Thrift. Go on, come big and small to the festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the Festival of Thrift. Share it, wear it, create it, make it, sow it, grow it, eat it, eat it, move it, groove it, hum it, drum it, voice it, rejoice it, the Festival of Thrift.
Welcome to the Thrift Fest Upcycled, the digital edition of Festival of Thrift, a repurposed, upcycled national celebration of sustainability. My name is Paulus, and I'm your host here this afternoon from, well, it's 11 a.m. actually, so this morning until 4 o'clock this afternoon. The theme of the Festival of Thrift this year is green energy, and even though we can't all be together in our wonderful site at Kirkleatham, which usually sees around 40 to 50,000 people gathering over one weekend, for obvious reasons that cannot happen right now, we are here online instead with workshops, performances, activity packs for you to thrift your own place. And we kicked off the day just then with our brand new anthem that was composed for us by our friends at Mouthful. Now that was performed by Phoenix Voices, who you would normally be used to seeing at our Kirkleatham site in the festival. And because we can't be there, some animation from Hannah Fox, created especially for this very special digital edition. We very much hope that you will get involved and get in touch today, and there's lots of ways to do so. Info at festivalofthrift.co.uk for any shout outs, letting us know what you're doing to thrift your place, or you can say hello on social media or use the chat box on our website. As I said, we do have talks as part of our programme for today, and the first talk is entitled Meet the Power Arrangers, Turning Energy Green. Yes, business ambassadors from the local area are going to be in discussion from 11 a.m. on Zoom via our Get Talking part of the website, talking about what they're doing to make their businesses more sustainable. So if you go to the Get Talking section of our website and quickly register, we'll send you a Zoom link and you can get involved, because after the discussion that we will invite you to be part of a round table chat brought to us from our friends at Tees Valley Nature Partnership. Now, also happening all day today, we will be checking in with our Thrift Mobile and Julie Donaldson, our roving reporter, courtesy of Zetland FM. Many of you may have also seen her on the mighty red car. And the Thrift Mobile has been pimped out with old bits of bicycle and all found objects by our friends at Whip It Up.
Hello! Well, look at this thing of beauty that's outside the hub today. This is the Thrift Mobile, and it looks absolutely fabulous. Now, if you ever thought to yourself, mermaids don't exist at all. Yes, they do. If you come slightly closer, you can see there is indeed a mermaid inside the Festival of Thrift Mobile. I feel like I need to talk to her like this. But she's in water. She doesn't know. And if I come further forward, the Thrift-mobile, you're the wind, aren't you?
I'm the wind and the clouds.
She's very strong. She's very strong. And they're heading off around Redcar in Cleveland this afternoon. You get going.
Thank you. See you again.
Enjoy. We're off. Keep your eyes peeled. They'll be across Redcar in Cleveland during this afternoon. Bye.
Mobile leaving right now. Maybe it will come to your part of town so that you can show us what you've been doing to get creative and thrifty in these times when we cannot be together for the Festival of Thrift. But we're here until 4, and one of the things we'll be showing you today is our performance of One Beautiful Moment. Now, Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps have got together to create their response to our One Beautiful Moment programme, which is entitled I Move the Air. It's an immersive movement experience inspired by the Redcar coastline and its famous wind turbines, an individual experience done collectively. You can find it in the Make and Do section of our website, and you can create your own beautiful moment. And if you do, please do share it with us via the usual channels. There are 25 local participants also taking part, and we've got 4 chapters to show you during the day. Here is a sneak peek. And please do get in touch via our Make and Do section and have a go at your own one beautiful moment. You can download the activity pack there and get in touch with us via info@festivalofthrift.co.uk to show us what you've been creating. Now, just a little bit of navigation around our website. You're probably watching me here now via festivalofthrift.co.uk, or you could be watching on Facebook Live. Hello, if you are. This Facebook Live is where our closed captioning service is happening all day, and anything that's being live streamed, like me talking to you right now, is also being interpreted from our BSL interpreters, courtesy of our friends at Becoming Visible. Jenna's here right now. Hello, Jenna. Nice to see you again, my darling. And when Jenna's not here, it will be Sue. You could also be watching this on YouTube, so lots of ways to stay in touch. The Make and Do section of our website has timed workshops which are hosted by Zoom. So if you're interested in any of our workshops that are at a particular time, just quickly register and we will email you a Zoom link to that meeting. There are other workshops that you can watch at any time, so there's just a little bit of navigating to do to work out which is which. The Get Talking section of our website is where our discussions, panel discussions and interviews are happening. There are 4 main ones today, and you do need to register to take part as well. Again, a Zoom link will be sent to you. The marketplace on the website is our virtual stall holders, the sort of things that you would normally see at the festival in and around Kirkleatham during the festival weekend, including my own potpourri. Oh yes, it's available for sale right now. And many of us have done a special discount for today only, but don't worry. If you don't get your shopping done today, the marketplace part of the site will be up until Christmas time so that you can buy your sustainable, upcycled, thrifty goodies from our wonderful vendors. There are activity packs for you to download and get involved so that you can thrift at home. We've got Plabric flags, which you'll see on a video of our mini festival from last weekend a little bit later on, along with our sun and wind faces created by Whip It Up, and also beautiful plastic flowers made out of discarded bottles from Diana Watson. All of those and many more things on our activity pack section. Download at any time and get involved. And if you can't print anything out, you can come here to the Festival Hub during the week for a printed version. We're going to watch now a film called Brilliant Day by our friends Metis. This was created from postcards sent out to participants who responded to Brilliant Day's questions and created a script from it, and also asked them to get involved and take part in the performance, which we're going to be watching right now. Hope you enjoy.
Right.
Start. Very good. It sounded great.
We are live.
Oh.
Hello. Welcome to Metis Presents Brilliant Day. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Andrea and I'm the Artistic Associate of Metis Arts, and we're really excited to have you here today. So this project is part of a larger series that sent postcards across the UK asking, could this crisis make another world possible? What do we miss about our old lives and what we would like to replace and transform? So we received responses throughout the UK from Nana Sheila in South Shields, to Marie, who loves nature in Northumberland, to Leicester housemates Tim, Joe, Tom, James and Pete. The responses have been collected and transformed into a performance piece for Thrift Festival. Brilliant Day is in the context of human and environmental flourishing. We're in a world of everyday life that has already changed. So these are being read by our 3 performers and some of our wonderful participants who took part in the responses. So everybody, can you please say hello and say hi? Just give a wave.
Hi.
Hi. Brilliant.
Hello, everybody.
So I'm going to be captioning as we go. So I'm going to head off and prepare that, and I'm going to head you over to Lucy.
Hi, so yeah, I'm the Associate Director of Metis, Lucy, and I just want to remind everyone watching on the live stream that you can also participate. So hopefully you will have some sort of function where you can add your own comments. So if while you're listening to our Brilliant Day, it's a collective Brilliant Day, so if you want to add in your ideas for how you would be spending the day, ping them over, and we should be able to read them out live as we go. So
Nathan, can you make sure you have the closed captions turned on?
closed captions, yeah. So okay, so in a minute, I think we should just jump in. So I'm gonna write actually the credits in our chat function, so hopefully everyone can see that on the side. And there's a little bit more information about how to follow us, how to follow this project. And if you want to participate, we've also made a collection of postcards that are still being sent out across the country through Home Manchester. So you're welcome to take part in that. There's this exercise and a few others about imagining our livable future. So Andrea, are you ready? Okay, Anna Maria is going to start. Is everyone else ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great. In that case, I think we should kick off whenever you're ready.
5 a.m, up at sunrise. It rained in the night.
It sounds like birds and tastes fresh.
Get up very early, run, breakfast.
As the sun rises, I paddleboard with my children out into the clean sea. The air is cool and clear, not a cloud in sight. A pod of dolphins joins us, jumping and chatting.
6:05 a.m, beautiful sunrise, birds singing, sea lapping on the rocks.
I wake up in a tent in Treen, Cornwall, cook breakfast and head to the beach.
7:01 a.m, awake softly without an alarm.
Waking up with clean sheets and a purpose.
Yoga in the community.
A class with my favourite teacher.
It's my birthday. Wake up to birthday presents wrapped in leaves.
Coffee looking out over the estuary.
8:04 a.m. Sea air, coffee, contemplation. I see others enjoying the same.
I make coffee from beans grown in my microclimate garden for family and close friends. We all live close enough to share a beautiful big outdoor space. I hug them all and we discuss our dreams.
8:22 a.m. Take a trip out on the superhighway Butterfly Meadow that has replaced the M1.
Have smoked salmon and scrambled eggs on toast with fresh coffee, with a clean conscience knowing that the supply chain is ethical and responsible.
Knowing the origins of all your products and understanding and appreciating where they have come from.
My turn on waste route tasks for the Ulverston Collective. Help with feeding children.
9:03 a.m, 10 minutes trampolining in pajamas.
The day starts with a cycle along country roads empty of cars, for a swim in a cold water lake or a surf at the beach on my board made of recycled materials.
Collecting food for the day from the allotment.
Pick my own fruit for breakfast outside.
Big breakfast made by Dad.
9:49 a.m.
Lay in bed with breakfast and dog. Read for a while.
10 a.m, tea in bed, get up late.
Reading, writing, drawing, painting. With universal basic income, more people are involved in creative community activities.
Sports.
Work, write, make, move.
Potter around. I started a vegetable garden instead of all flowers.
I'm back in Chiang Mai, riding my electric moped.
11:06 a.m. I'm in the forest, reading and listening to music.
Relaxing, energizing.
Have a walk in the countryside with a good friend.
Run outdoors, clean air, warm sun. There's very little traffic noise. I run past electric car charging points, pedestrian zones, communal orchards. I see bird boxes, bat boxes, and bug hotels in every home's outdoor space.
Midday. I go to work and finish early.
Travelling in style via bus or cycling.
Lunch, friend.
I found over time an increased love of nature. I enjoy the afternoon calm of hearing footsteps of people walking in their lunch break.
Walk down to my friend's house and also visit Nonna.
1:07 p.m. Run my daily class for the local school now that most classes happen out on the common.
Meet up with my granny and grandpa for coffee, cake, and then some friends for a walk along the beach with the wind and sun on our faces.
Visit friends, have tea and cake and a good chat. Smell the newly cut grass and wild garlic. Feeling happy.
Public transport to the Yorkshire coast.
Lunch in the garden. Go for a long walk with dog. There are more windmills and solar panels, and the farmer has stopped using fertilizers and weed killer.
Sitting in nature.
Lunch at the local canteen.
Greek salad for lunch with Dad's homegrown tomatoes, onion and salad. Everyone in London has access to a garden or green space connected to their home.
2 or 3 p.m. Walk to the communal garden, share the food, time to reflect.
Pub lunch at the Anchor, chill.
Shared picnic lunch followed by skinny dipping in a secluded lake or beach.
Siesta.
3:11 p.m. Reading. A nap after a cream tea or a pint at lunch.
Board games. We've had enough Xbox to last a lifetime.
Read some more. Visit baby granddaughter in Seaham.
We put on party hats made of leaves.
In the afternoon, I spend time with my parents, somewhere where the gardens are in full bloom, the sun emphasising the glorious colours. I also spend time running through woodland, passing rivers and waterfalls. It wouldn't matter if it rained.
Photographing, connecting with my American love on video call.
4 p.m.
The zero waste store across from us is very busy.
Walk, watch river, touch animal, talk with humans.
Down to Elephant and Castle to volunteer at the Kinetic Energy Centre.
Volunteer work on an environmental task with friends, followed by a walk.
Walk and talk.
Along the coast or in the countryside.
5:03 p.m. Unpolluted sea free from litter, sand and surf under my toes.
A trip to the woods.
Muddy boots, flowing river.
Finding someone to walk hand in hand through a forest in Northumberland. Walking becomes travelling and travelling becomes discovery.
No national boundaries. We connect more with others.
No inner narrative, just meeting each experience as it comes.
5:29 p.m. Decide to do a couple of hours of writing for work. I can set my own hours these days.
Chilling with friends.
We stop at a secluded bit of beach to swim and play games. Whilst out, we received news via solar-charged radio that Trump was a sick, twisted social experiment. Everyone involved is put on trial.
Cycle on amazing bike lanes to a river in Chelmsford to meet friends and swim.
Time outdoors, connecting with loved ones and enjoying the little tasks.
Set up street lights for the evening street party.
6 p.m. Everyone in the collective meets to talk about something difficult or new.
Barbecue shared with strangers.
My family and my brother's families chat, play games, dance, sing and laugh a lot. No one worries about having to get up early the next day.
Drinks on the balcony, overlooking the sea.
Get Japanese takeaway on the way home.
Flexible working hours. I start work.
Visit an eco farm for dinner. Lovely smell of mushrooms and tastes I've never had before.
Supper from the food gardens. Community, looking after each other, cooking for each other.
Max out my time limit on my mobile phone. Leave it by the windowsill for the solar to charge.
Go to an outdoor movie centre across the way.
Watch a musical, preferably Mamma Mia too.
Eat on the street with my neighbours in St Leonard's.
Only local produce consumed.
7:02 p.m. A coffee after an evening surf before sundown.
Acknowledging strangers and exchanging encouraging words to each other, being mindful to those around us who are vulnerable.
Book, wine, spag bowl, curry.
Locally sourced food with family and friends, outside, laughing.
We gather around the fire on communal land, dance, drink, eat, share ideas, poetry, memories.
Max, do you want to read your one?
Sorry. Dad tells us again that his education depended on his exams at school.
Homegrown seasonal food and wine with friends, family and neighbours.
Someone else cooks.
A drink and a good film.
Get a shared electric taxi to the club in town, pull a 10 and we get to know each other.
8:13 p.m. Zoom gathering with kindred spirits.
A film, a gig, some theatre.
Music, practice, play, listen.
Sense of fulfillment at the end of the day, approaching my home and taking the time to be self-aware, altering perceptions of pressure and criticism, knowing I don't need to be someone and reach for goals that I don't truly value.
Billionaires gain a conscience and solve world hunger. Prisons are reformed, wages are raised. Sexism, racism, homophobia are acknowledged and tackled.
Watch the sun at Portnahaven, sitting with someone I love.
Feeling tired when the sun goes down, following the light to take me to bed.
Campfire on the beach.
9 p.m.
Gig in the park.
More drinks on the balcony. We share a tranquil welcoming of night as a satisfying end and restart.
Feeling the community around me, love and purpose is greater than the material.
Clean my teeth, get into bed with the window open and clean sheets, and read a book before going to sleep.
Tomorrow, I'm on energy group tasks, making sure the Archimedes River power is working smoothly, helping reduce the footprint of the internet and cloud to zero, partnering with global collectives.
An early night, silence except for the crickets chirping and the bats flying overhead.
There are no more sounds of traffic.
Slowing down, knowing I don't need to constantly be kept up to date 24/7. Quiet time.
Cut-off points to reserve noise at night.
Reading a book that I can't put down, feeling warmth.
Knitting, book, TV on, radio on.
10 p.m. Massive dance party!
Look at the stars and moon from the garden without any light pollution.
Looking up at the sky, the stars, just us and them.
Clear night, moon bright, fresh sheets, favorite human in bed with me.
Hug, cuddle, talk. Time to digest.
Have sex, fall asleep.
Someone holds me to sleep.
11:12 p.m. Go to sleep, listening to the waves lapping on the shore.
Easy sleep.
Music.
Max?
Oh, sorry. Midnight. Midnight feast.
Sleep. Delicious sleep.
Magical dreams.
Yay! Well done, everyone. Wow. That was unpracticed for the live stream audience out there. That was the first time we've done it all the way through, apart from sorting out a couple of tech issues. So we're quite impressed with ourselves for that. Zoe, do you want to lead a bit of a discussion following that? I don't think we have very much time, but it'd be lovely to talk about it.
Lovely, yes. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of our participants who've taken part. Thank you to you for listening. I hope it sparked in you some thoughts about what you'd like your brilliant day to be. So of course this
project is all about a world under transformation. It's like, at the moment, of course, any element of that brilliant day, some people have access to, but most people don't, and most people don't have access to it much of the time. And we want to imagine a world in which these common things that we have in common, good food, good company, time, control over your work, are available to everybody. And it seems that the climate crisis is a way to actually access some of these possibilities, to draw ourselves up and consume less and enjoy life more. So we think about this wider systemic transformation. Anna Maria's was feeding in as we went some of the comments that came through as we were live. So some of these comments came as we were speaking. Anna, Maria, I don't know if you want to comment on that at all.
I think it's, just this idea of collective imagining. And, this is a project that we've been working on for a while, but it was really nice to know that people just listening and maybe meeting the project for the first time, how easy it is to kind of imagine what we want. Like, it's, we have access to that. And it was really exciting to get those through live and just to feel that commonality.
Yeah, and it was Jess's idea actually in the first place to create this brilliant day that we sent out on the postcards. And Jess, do you want to say something about the sort of transformation that's needed?
Yeah, so I thought it would always be, I suspected when I thought of the exercise that people would respond to it in a way where they'd be
Thank you very much to our friends Metis for one brilliant day. Now, one of the most popular things at our Festival of Thrift every year is the Fix It Cafe, and it has been around a lot longer than the Repair Shop that's on the BBC. Yes, we are the originals, aren't we, guys?
We are, yes.
This is Maz,
well,
and this is Lindsay, and they are our Fix It gurus. We might have somebody else joining us a little bit later on.
We may do, yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a Mick, if anyone's seen someone called Mick in the local area.
Maybe Sunderland, near Sunderland.
Maybe on the back of a breakdown truck. Maybe,
Shouldn't he be fixing things?
Yes, yes. He's a new driver though, so...
Okay,
yeah.
he sounds like a worrying addition to the Fix It Cafe.
If you need Lego goods fixing or woodwork.
He's an absolutely exemplary woodworker and leather worker.
Oh, brilliant.
Fabulous.
Yeah, I really want to meet him now. I hope he turns out.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Us too.
Yeah. So you guys are going to be here all day. I think you've got one tricky fix that we're going to check in with throughout the day, which is this, because I'm looking at a very complicated thing.
We've got a bicycle here that needs refurbing, really. We had a little go at it last week, and we managed to fix the brakes on it, but because it's being donated to a school, it's a... Oh, I've just noticed something rather odd there. There's a rather interesting insect stuck to it.
Maybe that's the issue. Yes. So I read a really interesting thing in my crib notes that you shared with us. 2 million tonnes of electrical and electronic goods are thrown away, put into landfill every year in the UK alone.
Yeah, it's pretty atrocious, really. So we'll there's a big movement for the right to repair at the moment, which is there's legislation going through European Parliament, and hopefully in 2021 this will come online. But there's been a bit of criticism. It's not quite broad enough at the moment that it needs to be opened up to just generally anyone who owns a computer or an iPhone should be able to buy the parts, put it together, and it shouldn't affect your warranty.
Right, I see. Yeah.
So what we're asking is to be able to do it, whereas they've been holding it to themselves and charging a lot of money to do that. So.
Yeah. So consume a sort of world where we buy things that have deliberately been made to fall
fail
apart at a certain time.
A notable fruit-themed company,
which we will not name,
we won't name, but we're or accused of deliberately slowing down their mobile phones.
Wow, okay. So guys, if you've got anything at home that you think, I think I've got to throw this away and put it in landfill, but I don't want to add to landfill, maybe it is salvageable, then you can get in touch and phone a fixer. You can send us an email, info@festivalofthrift.co.uk, use the chat box on our website, or get in touch via social media. It's not just electrical and electronic goods that you deal with, though.
No, we'll have a go at anything. Yeah.
I was going to bring my husband.
Well, I mean, somebody brought this rather quaint
smaller.
little hedge trimmer, I think.
This is my nose trimmer. It stopped working yesterday, and I was literally preparing myself to come here, and I thought, well, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring it. So Maz, that has been up my
we will
nose.
we will have a go at this. Well, we've got plenty of antimicrobial equipment too.
That's
what that is.
what
NHS
this is.
special.
Yeah.
So we'll spray that well,
Yes.
and
then
we'll have a look at my nose.
We have glasses to fix. That's a popular one where the glasses ends go. So we're just going to dig out a little tiny screw, some little screws to put those back together. They're quite easy to fix if you've got the parts in, but then you can fashion little bits or find more broken things and sort of put them together. We've got a pair of trousers, a pair of jeans that have gone at the knee, so we might not have time to fully fix them, but we're going to look at patching those up.
And
together.
Also on our activity pack section of our website, you've put together sort of like frequently asked questions of things that people get in touch about, and things that you can do to prevent things from baking. So at any point during the day, you can get in touch or go to our activity pack section and find out what these chaps recommend. I'm going to leave you to it for the next 8 minutes or so that you can just explain what you're doing. All right, good luck. See you later on.
Well, so we've got today, I've got my niece and nephew's shared iPhone, which is the screen's cracked and also the battery's failing. So we're going to jump onto YouTube and find another fixer, or iFixit.com, is it?
iFixit, yeah, iFixit is very good for...
We're going to look for that fix. So we're going to look for someone who's done that fix before and help them and use that to guide us through the fix. So we've got a new screen with parts, and we've also got a new battery. Batteries are a little bit tricky because they are lithium, and we're going to need to, so you have to be a little bit careful when taking the batteries out of the phone. But these are really ultimately fixable, and if you don't want to spend another couple of hundred quid on a phone, take it to some really good repair phone shops, and they can really do this for you. And sometimes when I've not had time, that's exactly what I'll do, because I'd rather repair the screen and do the phone. So you can do it online, you can follow the fixes, but also you can take it to the repair guys and gals that run the shops in most towns, which is great. And then what else have we got today? We're going to do some sewing, so we're
having a go at just, it feels a little bit stiff, and you know, it hasn't been used for a while, so we're just putting some oil in all the right places, and getting the fluff out of it, and just making sure it's fit for use really first.
We've got some needles somewhere underneath the
a
jeans,
new needle.
probably. So put some new needles in, and then we've got that ready for fixing. And then what have you got over?
Well, I've just put a new plug on this theatre light, and then we'll be having a go at the hedge trimmers, and then after that, I think I'm probably going to start on the bicycle. I think so.
What things are you doing with the bike?
Right, the bike needs the wheel hubs. It needs a new chain, so I'm going to cut this chain off and put a new chain on it. I'm also going to try and get rid of all the rust that's in the wheel hubs here. So I'm going to shot blast that with a compressor and some grit, and fingers crossed. We haven't tried it yet, so we haven't. We'll find out whether or not it works. I'm going to touch up some of the paint, and I'm going to try and get rid of some of the. I'm going to paint over, shot blast and paint over some of the rusty bits on the bicycle. And if I get a chance, I might get out to a bike shop and see if I can get some new nuts for it, but if not, we'll put some paint on those, and hopefully it'll look nice, really, because this was a donation which we received at Broughton last week for a special school who had all of their bicycles stolen.
Yes.
Which,
if you didn't have a sandblaster to blast your bike clean, what would you use?
I'd be using a wire brush and some sandpaper.
Yeah. And then just clean it down.
But
and
because
you're
it's very tricky to get in amongst.
Yeah.
I've got big hands. You see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
A
It's
small
hard.
child helper, maybe.
Yeah.
If you then what paint are you using to?
We've got some spray paint, so we'll be. Where's that? In amongst our we've got some.
Oh, it's down there.
Yeah, some primer and some spray paint, and that should do it. Some polymer-based spray paint.
Fantastic. So so that's pretty much what we're going to be getting up to today, and we might just start on the fixes.
We have a whole pile of other things actually. We have a
yes.
we have a coat stand here that seems to have a bit of a wobble. Can I move over here? Am I all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bring this maybe into shot here so you can see it. Right. I'm guessing this is the problem. So we're going to take a look at the. It's a little bit rusty down at the bottom there, so we'll look at maybe cleaning that up and sort of refurbing it a little bit so it doesn't look quite so scruffy in the. That's the drip catcher for the brolly, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Wow. So that's going to look at tightening that up, and then there's
and then we
an
also
ominous
have a sack trolley. Which
sack
is,
barrel, sack trolley.
Sack trolley, sack barrel.
Has an ominous sign on it.
Yeah, do not use.
So
broke. So I think the problem with that is that it seems to have lost a few nuts and bolts here. So that's quite an easy fix. But we're not sure whether or not the tyres are working on that. So the tyre's flat at the moment. But what we'll do is we'll put some new nuts and bolts into the wheel. We'll pump the tyres up and we'll see how that goes. Maybe put a bit of grease on it, and we should have a working sack barrel then. So.
yeah, fantastic, fab. So we've got quite a few things to be getting on with. I think we are. I think on the Paula's recommended looking at some of the suggestions that we had on the website, things you can do to fix, and there's lots of little ideas about, like if you've got battery leaking in your if you've got like a battery in one of your kind of handheld devices and it's sort of leaked out you want to clean that up. There's all sorts of techniques and tips that we recommend that you use, but also that actually sharing a little bit about what we do, which is to go to the internet and find out go to the internet and see has anyone fixed the thing that you've got before. I mean, I save a little playlist of different sewing techniques if I need to edge things that people have explained well. If there's information on gluing things and putting things together, it's a really useful resource. And there's a lot of people who are very generous with their time and sharing their skills out there. So we'll hopefully see you in about later on today, and we'll let you know the progress of all of our fixes. And you can see what disasters occurred with the sandblast. I'm sure it'll be wonderful.
Come and check in later, and
yeah. So I think we're gonna So I think we're gonna get on with some stuff, and I'm gonna send Maz to find tiny screws so I can get the sunglasses together, and we're gonna hand over to Paulus now. We're gonna hand over to the next people up, and we'll see you later.
And don't forget to get in touch with our fixers with your questions of how you can stop things going to landfill. Maybe there's something really, really simple and you can keep your product for a lot longer. At 12 o'clock, coming up on the Make and Do section, Backchat Kids workshop for under 5s is happening. There's still time to register, and we will send you the Zoom link in good time. Check your inbox for your emails. The activity pack section will be a place for you to encourage you to thrift your place. And last weekend, we did just that with one particular couple of streets in East Cleveland. We organised alongside with Redcar and Cleveland Borough Council to go to Broughton and have a mini festival, all socially distanced, of course. And all of our favourite Festival of Thrift people were there. The Fix It Cafe were there. The street is the menu. Simon and his wonderful team doing a community meal at lunchtime. Oh, dinner. Sorry, dinner. It's dinner up here. Sorry, got into tremendous trouble for that last week. And Backchat Browse were there as well. So let's check in now and see how we got on in Broughton last weekend at our mini festival.
Welcome to the Festival of Thrift.
Mama, I can't put anything in there.
brother.
Could the kids throw it away?
Put in your pocket. Come from the front next to me. Teacher say out. Come from behind. Hooper say out.
And a great big thank you to our new friends in Broughton for a wonderful day last weekend at our mini festival. Any ideas that you've had there for our video to thrift your place? You can get even more in our activity pack section at any point today and the next couple of weeks. Now, we've got a film coming up now, which I'm very excited about, but I'm also a bit nervous about. This is Dandy in a Day with Patrick Ziza Dance, a very special film featuring 4 Newcastle-based dancers, which is a sort of day-in-the-life documentary of the modern-day dandy. Patrick Ziza is originally from Rwanda. He's a choreographer and a dancer who explores his own identity and the impact of African culture on British identity through dance. His inspiration is the Congolese dandy, or le sap. Patrick's dandyism project explores what it means to be a dandy today, but the practice of dandyism goes all the way back to the 18th century. Probably the most famous example of a dandy would be Beau Brummel. It's definitely somebody I've heard in song lyrics and musicals before. And Beau Brummel, even though he was around in 1760, is the godfather, if you will, of the 1950s Teddy Boys. So you can see how far those inspirations reach. More than simply a way of dressing, dandyism and a dandy is someone who has elevated aesthetics to an almost living religion. And it can be a protest against wealth suggesting status and strength. The Congolese dandy can be traced back to early colonialism, and some colonists thought it was fair to pay their workers with second-hand clothing instead of money. This spurred a movement. Workers sought to combat the inferiority levelled at them by adapting that clothing and adding their own exaggerated high fashion style. Around the world, dandyism is a movement, ever evolving, always growing. And for Patrick Ziza, dandyism is a celebration of life and style, whilst expressing concern for humanism, gender, identity in a divided society. Dandyism is an expression of individuality, and it says, we are here. And I hope you will go to our Dandy in a Day activity pack, have a look and see if you can make your own dandy outfit, because that's what I've been tasked with doing. And you will be seeing the results after this film. So I've got to go and rush and get changed while you enjoy Patrick Ziza Dance and Dandy in a Day. See you in a little bit.
My name is Patrick Ziza, aka Patrick Ziza. I'm a dancer, performer, choreographer living in the Northeast England. I want you to reinvent yourself. I want you to reimagine yourself in a different light. I want you to take a traditional way of wearing a suit or any formal attire and completely change it around. I want you to accessorize. I want you to think outside the box. And I want you to show your true self.
What's up, guys? It's DZ here. I've just finished getting ready. I'm gonna meet a couple of friends. It's quite a sunny day, so quite casual vibes, nothing too major. You guys know I like my print, so I got my printed shirt that I thrifted. And I like to play around with colors, so I got the bright yellow joggers. Ain't nobody gonna know to me today, hey. But yeah, got some sunglasses as well. Don't forget the sunglasses, guys, okay? Have a good day.
So a traditional dandy, I'll start with that, is a more elegant, flamboyant, and like classy look. And going with the modern dandy, well, for me anyways, I tend to switch that into a more urban style. So I feel like with modern dandies you can flip it and switch whatever you're wearing with accessories. Whereas like right now, like I would say I'm urban / classy. That's the sort of look that I'm going for right now. Whereas the traditional dandy would be more of like a classy look, like you guys, with the ties and everything. But what you guys have done now is modified it with like your accessories and stuff like that, and made it more modern, I guess. So
the modern dandy is more of is mostly based on expression. So because in our time we're trying to break boundaries, and we don't want to be fit into a box. So I feel like today for me as a dandy I can put a skirt on and I don't have to call it a kilt. You know, I can put a dress on just go about my day. People will still look because it's something different. But I think compared to the traditional dandy, which was more of looking extra sharp, extra neat, Brummel, he was focused on the neatness. And he had that subtle style to him, you know, and it didn't need to be too much. But I think today, as the modern dandy, it's not so much the clothing, it's more of the expression and what it means and what you're trying to say. Clothing is now a very big way to make a statement in any society. So I think the modern dandy is more focused on what the clothes means instead of what the clothes is in itself.
When you look at the a traditional dandy who used to used to belong to a class, and that more oftentimes that was upper class. The rich, and you could only be a dandy if you can afford expensive clothes and be of the upper class, which actually Bob Brummel didn't have. But because he dressed like one, he then got respected and was somehow invited to be one of the upper classes. So for me, it's now the fact that not just the upper class, it's actually anyone can become a dandy, because dandyism is actually individuality. So it's about bringing yourself, not disregarding the class you come from, your background and how you are brought up. It's about taking a piece of that and show it in a different light. And this is why I love the African dandies. For example, they took the whole, the tailored suit as it is, but then changed colors and then really made it really colorful. Then on top of that, they almost theatrical as well at the same time. It's almost like the clothes bring more out of them. So it's the idea of taking something that actually was probably a negative, as in because slavery brought that, and actually took it to reclaim their identity. So it's about taking that traditional way of a suit and bringing it up a notch, really taking it, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this better than you, be more colorful, be more daring, I suppose. So for me, that's why I feel like a modern dandy is very daring. Okay, I want you to deconstruct what you already know. Take a formal suit or something you would wear to look smart. Think about how you could change it around to make it your own. Let your personality come through your ideas. It is about deconstructing the traditional way to wear a suit or any formal attire and make it your own without thinking of any stereotypes that come with it. Reimagine your look, change it, explore, take some risks. Nothing is off limits. Many people are afraid of what others will think of them. Often that means they dress to please others, to blend in rather than standing out. Clothes are one of the things we do have control over. We can choose to repress how we would like to look and dress, or we can be a dandy and express all our amazing ideas and explore different kind of self. It is important to show who we are, to say I am here. Visibility can be a powerful and inspiring and liberating. In the world of dandyism, there is no masculine or feminine. There is no right or wrong. You are free to express your inner dandy however you want. Just remember, it's about style and cool.
In a day. Now, don't be shy. Get in touch and let me know what you think. These are the legs. I'm not going to let these socks go without showing them off. So drop us a message on social media or use the chat box on our website to tell me what you think of this and have a go yourselves. I've been brave enough. Don't forget to go to the activity pack section and find Dandy in a Day on our website. Now, Back Chat Kids, music for under fives is happening right now and there's still time to join. So get on over to that part of our Make and Do section and we will send you a Zoom link. You can join even though it's just started. That's okay. We're going to be going now to a film of our normal festival, a snapshot, if you will, of what would be happening if coronavirus hadn't stopped all of our plans in their tracks. And it features our director, Stella Hall, explaining the ethos behind the Festival of Thrift. Let's check in now.
The Festival of Thrift is about building a creative, sustainable community together. It's not just the 2 days of the festival in September. It's a year-round organisation building a year-round movement. Well, becoming part of a national movement, really, which is looking at how together we can create a planet that we want to hand on to our children. And that means upcycling, it means recycling, it means all kinds of skill sharing. It means thinking, what can we each of us do to make this a better place to live? Well, this year we focus very much on the moon landing anniversary as a bit of a symbol, really, of aspiration, thinking big. And while we're doing that, we thought clean air was a great theme for 2019.
version. Music and super full of love. Songs so really make you rub and scrub.
Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun. It a go done. Jano. It was a cool and lonely, breezy afternoon. How does it feel when you got no food? And you could feel it 'cause it was the month of. How does it feel when you got no food? So I left my gate and went out for a walk. How does it feel when you got no food? As I passed the dreadlocks camp, I heard them say, how does it feel when you got no food? Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun.
Give me the music, make me jump and pump.
It a go done.
Give me the music, make me looking at the down. Bang, 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 bang.
So I stopped to find out what was going on. How does it feel when you got no food? 'Cause the spirit of Jah, you know he leads you on. How does it feel when you got no food? There was a ring of dreads and the session was there in sway. How does it feel when you got no food? And you could feel the chills as I seen and heard them say. How does it feel when you got no food? Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun.
Give me the music, make me jump and pump.
It a go done.
Give me the music, make me looking at the down. We say listen to the drum and we say listen to the bass. Give me little music, make me wind up my waist. We say listen to the drum and we say listen to the bass. Give me little music, make me wind up my waist and say,
pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun.
give me the music, make me jump and pump.
It a go done.
Give me the music, make me looking at the down. You play it on the radio, and so me say we a go hear it on the stereo. And so me know we a go play it on the disco. And so me say we a go hear it on the stereo. Oh.
Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun.
Give me the music, make me jump and pump.
It a go done.
Give me the music, make me
Jano.
looking at the down.
On the left hand side. 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 On the left hand side.
We say east, we say west,
On
we
the
say
left
north.
hand side.
This is gonna really
On
make
the
me
left
jump
hand
and jump.
side.
We say east, we say west,
On
we
the
say
left
north
hand
and
side.
south. This is gonna really make me
On the
jump
left hand
and jump.
side. Pass the dutchie. be right, yeah. Hey, hey, all right. Number 54, the house with the bamboo door, bamboo roof and bamboo walls. They've even got a bamboo floor. You must get to know Soho Joe. He runs an espresso. Oh, a house of bamboo. It's made of sticks and bricks, but you can get your kicks in the house of bamboo. In this casino, you can drink a chino and a scotcha, swing it through the cha-cha, dance the bolero in the sombrero and shake. I like your snake. You wanna drop in when the cats are hopping. Let your 2 feet move to the big beat. Pick yourself a kitten and listen to a planet that rocks the jukebox. I'm telling you, when you're blue, well, there's a lot to do in the house of bamboo. You've got to know Soho Joe. He runs an espresso called the house of bamboo. In this casino, you can drink a chino, let your 2 feet move to the big beat. Pick yourself a kitten and listen to a planet that rocks. I'm telling you, when you're blue, well, there's a lot to do in the house of bamboo. Number 54, the house with the bamboo door, bamboo roof and bamboo walls. They've even got a bamboo floor in the house of bamboo.
What you gonna play now? Bobby, I don't know. But whatever I play, it's got to be funky. 1, 2, 3, make it funky. Make it funky. Huh. Make it funky. I got to make it funky. Make it funky. Make it funky. Tell me, make it funky. Know it is. Make it funky. Got to do it now. Make it funky. Got to do it now. Make it funky. Got to do it now. Make it funky. Oh yeah. Make it funky. 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 Oh yes, I got to. Got to see it. I want to say it.
More from Vinyl DJs, aka Neil and Millie, from their living room later on today, 2:15 to be precise. Now, as well as myself and Fix It Cafe here in the Palace Hub in Redcar. Yes, hello. I knew somebody would wave eventually. I've been waiting all morning for that. As well as myself and Fix It Cafe, socially distanced, we have a wonderful performance troupe called Circus 250, who are here in what is usually the ice cream parlour in the front of the Palace Hub in Redcar, and they're performing shop front circus for us all day. I can see a crowd is forming from right here, so it would be a good time for us to check in with what they're doing. They've got sparkling hula hoops, lemon top juggling balls, it's all going on. And they'll be here until 3:30 p.m. today, so if you are around in Redcar, down at the seafront, come and give us a wave. It'd be nice to see you. Let's check in now.
Hello and welcome to the Festival of Thrift. Here we are in the Shopfront Circus, and I have got a very special trick for you. For the first time in the history of Redcar, somebody's going to juggle 3 lemon tops. Here we go, here we go. No, we are going to make it even better and more dangerous for you via the unicycle. Oh, this is the Festival of Thrift, so I didn't think I'd need the full bike. Whoa, blimey, I wasn't ready for that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Go crazy, go wild. Oh, oh, look at that. Look at that. Ah, whoosh. Hey, whoa. Oh, and now, presenting my great friend, Tutti Frutti Freya.
Dancing in your hot clutch. Yeah, you tell me you don't dance too much. Arms blurring through the encore as you tear it from the dance floor. Drag me down, go comfort lane. Baby, when it's over, we gon' start it again. Drag me down, go comfort lane. Baby, when it's over, we gon' start it again. The circus calls, go on your red lips. You in a size. Heavy breathing, smoking, breathing, serum, smiles and broken chases. Dim the light and light it times up. After hours, we'll kiss and make up.
Tutti Frutti Freya, everybody, give her a round of applause. Oh, oh yes. Oh, here we are at the Festival of Thrift, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a few more tricks. Ooh, what can we show you? Maybe a little bit of this one. A common tennis ball. Maybe we'll need one of these as well. Ooh, some of these. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all you do with this one is you give it a big spin like that, and you put it on your face, and you juggle, and the crowd give you a really big clap. Oh, oh yes. Oh. Well, you've stopped clapping, but I'm still going. Look at that. Oh, hooray! Oh. And maybe, just for you, the big finish, ladies and gentlemen, the big finish. What we're going to need for this one? What we're going to need? Maybe some of them, maybe one of these, maybe a bit of this, bit of that. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, I've forgotten something. Right. We're ready. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the big finish. In the shopfront circus at the Festival of Thrift. Hey! Oh, thank you very much indeed. Please, can we welcome back to the stage Tutti Frutti Freya. My name has been Matthew Tiffany. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Shopfront Circus. It's time now for us to check in with our roving reporter, Julie Donaldson, who is out and about in the Red Car area with our thrift mobile that's been pimped up by a whip-it-up of Saltburn. She's checking in with you. People that have thrifted their place with our sun and wind faces, palabric flags, and anything else they can do to jolly up front gardens, front yards, or even themselves, just like I have. Don't forget to drop us an email, info@festivalofthrift.co.uk, or give us a shout out on social
here we
media,
are with
or
Helen
use the
Gaunt,
chat box
and we
on
are
our website to let us know what you've been doing to stay thrifty in these times that we cannot be together. But first of all, it's time for us to find that Thriftmobile. I wonder if it's still playing the anthem. We'll be playing it for you later on today. And if you enjoyed it, you can find the lyrics on the activity pack section of the website. Here's Julie.
okay. Right, so here we are with Helen Gaunt in Liverton Mines. And if we could just focus just for a second on a beautiful waterfall that's in this garden. This is absolutely amazing. Helen, this is fabulous. Describe to us what this is.
Well, we've made it out of old bricks with one hole left in that we found on the beach. And then around it, there are some ironstone nodules, which we've also found on the beach. So it's a proper little thrifty project.
Now, what's amazing about your garden, and we'll get to see that in just a tick, is that it's so long and so thin. Where did you even start with this? Because you've really upcycled here, haven't you?
We have, yeah, we have. Well, really, we've just evolved as the time. We've had this garden about 15 years, and our daughter is now 15. So as she's grown up, you know, we've been through the swings and the playing football in it. But now it's sort of become more of a grown-up sort of garden, you know, with lots of places to sit and relax, and yeah.
It's wonderful. Now, if we look down, as we've just seen there are 3 sheds down here.
Oh, yes.
And explain each one of them.
Right, well, the first one that we can see is our garden studio. And we actually got that given from a lovely man called Trevor, who lives in Saltburn. And it's actually about 60 years old, that shed. And it was handmade in Saltburn, made out of cedar wood. So, and he was getting rid of it. So we were in the right place at the right time. So that's become our garden studio.
Helen, that's absolutely wonderful. I'm really glad you've got to see that today. Thank you so much. From Helen Gaunt in Liverton Mines.
Another smile delay, or is that no? Thank you very much. Julie will be checking in with our Thriftmobile again later on today, so don't forget to get in touch and let us know where you are if you've thrifted your place and would like to show it off today on this live stream. It's time now to go to chapter 1 of our beautiful moment, I Move the Air, created by Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps, along with 25 local participants and filmed in Redcar. I Move the Air is an immersive movement experience inspired by the Redcar coastland and its famous wind turbines. And I know when I'm on my way here, every time I come up to the northeast, seeing them in the distance is always an amazing, nearly there. Back again. The full film will be shown throughout the day in 4 parts, and this is part 1. You can take part at any time by going to our Make and Do section, following the instructions and downloading the soundtrack. But first, let's see chapter 1. Wasn't that beautiful? A really, really special, beautiful moment there. And the next instalment will be here at 1:30 p.m. But you can get involved by going to our Make and Do page, downloading the soundtrack and videoing your own beautiful moment. And if you do, please do share it with us. You can email it to info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. Right here though, it's time next for Secret Life of Stuff. Now this is a commissioned piece by Thrift Fest Upcycled to dance performers Jennifer Essex and Lorraine Smith and their costume designer Daphne Carstens. Now, Jennifer Essex and Lorraine and Daphne have been getting together with members of the Link Charitable Trust in Redcar, young people from that organisation, to design, make and learn how to move in wearable sculptures. So we're talking about plastic bottle caps, cardboard, rubber gloves, bubble wrap, anything like that, all of the sort of rubbish that you find hanging around your house. Maybe you are a bit of a hoarder of newspapers. As the weeks and months go by, that pile gets higher and higher and higher. Jennifer and Lorraine suggest that we can turn those into sculptures and experience what it's like to move in them. And that's what our next film will be showing you. And of course, like lots of things today, we're inviting you to have a go yourselves. Go to the activity pack section and find Secret Life of Stuff. And you'll see pictures and instructions on how to make your own version. But it's probably best if we see the experts doing it first of all. So let's watch The Secret Life of Stuff with Jennifer, Lorraine, and a little bit of help from their designer, Daphne.
For the past 6 weeks, some people have not been taking out their trash. Instead, they've been turning it into aeroplanes, robots, rare birds, and all other manner of wild and wonderful things. Welcome to The Secret Life of Stuff.
You can go to our activity pack section and download the Secret Life of Stuff instruction kit so that you can have a go yourselves. Please do get in touch if you do at info@festivaloftthrift.co.uk. You can also get in touch via social media like these people have done. I've got a message here from Anne Burniston in sunny Saltburn, which says, "Good morning, Paulus. Greetings from Anne and Laura." Well, good morning to both of you. Thanks very much for saying hello. And I've also got... oh, Jen. This is from Jen in Redcar, who says, "I am loving the variety of your outfits." Well, you're in luck, Jen, because I do have another little modern day dandy outfit to share with you a little bit later on, so stay tuned for that one. I love this particular shirt. So coming up in just over 15 minutes time in our Make and Do section of the website, Backchat Kids Music Workshop for under 5s. There's still time to register for that. Go to Make and Do, register quickly, and then we'll send you a Zoom link, not a Loom link, because we don't have any looms here, a Zoom link. Also at 1 o'clock on Make and Do, our British Sign Language workshop. So from our people, our friends at Becoming Visible, not Sue and Jenna, they're far too busy with me, but somebody else from Becoming Visible will be working with you on British Sign Language, and you don't have to have any experience at all to take part. Just register, we'll send you that Zoom link. Here, coming up, more from the Fix It Cafe, and we've had lots of people writing in already with queries about things that are broken, but they don't particularly want to send to landfill and add to those 2 million tonnes of waste that we throw away every year. So stay tuned for that. But first, we're going to be going to Tuned In Youth and Community Centre, who normally perform live for us at the festival. They have been creating songs during lockdown, and this one is called Listen to Dave, and it is an homage to David Attenborough. I love it.
I'm a sea turtle, plastic clogging up my seas. Sea levels are at an all-time low, less than 50,000 of me. I'm a red panda, there's less than 10,000 of me. When I'm caught, I'm a lucky charm, but I just wanna be free. We need to change, we need to recycle, we need to sustain. Clean up our oceans, build up our forests, they will be gone someday. David Attenborough. I'm a polar bear. Humans use my fur for greed. My home is slowly melting away. Action is what we need. I'm an albatross. Oil spills mean habitat lost. Plastic netting around my wings means I cannot take off. We need to change, we need to recycle, we need to sustain. Clean up our oceans, build up our forests, they will be gone someday. David Attenborough. We need to change, we need to recycle, we need to listen to Dave. Clean up our oceans, build up our forests, they will be gone someday. David Attenborough.
Lindsay, and we've had comments and questions from you, the public, who do not want to throw more stuff away and put it into landfill, which is good because we've already got 2 million tonnes a year of electrical and electronic waste going into landfill in this country alone. So anything you can do to stop that from building, we'd be really, really pleased. So there's a question here. It's coming from Phil Battle, chaps. Phil says, "My iPod Touch will not charge. What can I do?" Question mark.
Well, it could possibly be the cable. So first thing is to try another cable.
Because cables are a tricky, especially those little thin ones.
we've actually been I don't know if you can see this, but we pulled apart an iPhone cable. Perfect. And we've been actually trying to see where the connections are and how easy they are to solder up.
It doesn't look very very simple to me.
It's colour
coded.
It's colour coded.
Yeah,
so we chopped the cable, and it was actually there was like it had overheated, and it was sparking a little bit, and the insulation was burnt, and it was a bit dodgy. So we're trying to repair the cable just as an experiment, really. So the first thing to do.
Stay tuned, Phil. We'll tell you about the cable later.
We'll first thing, try the cable. Try another cable. If that doesn't work, it may be that your charger isn't quite powerful enough as well. It may be that you need to get a better charger. So try a number of different chargers.
Oh, okay.
A number of different cables, a number of different chargers. And if it's really still refusing to charge, you clean the port out, yes. So
how do you clean an iPod port?
We've
got a little spray. There's a little spray.
Yeah. So we have
an air duster, actually. Yeah.
So we've got dust.
Well,
air dust.
Air duster.
So first, you can use something like air dust. There.
Oh, is this that I've seen people clean keyboards with something like this?
Yeah. And if you've got like the port like this, it's like the same with the iPhones. You can spray that with the air dust, and it'll it gets dust in it, like in the belly button hole.
Nice. Thanks for that image, Lizzie.
Sweet. Well, I'll segue nicely into the dust we cleaned out from the sewing machine.
Talking of sewing machines, I've got a question here. Hello, I don't know who this is from, so let me know who you are, because we'd love to say your name later on. Hi, my mum gave me her sewing machine. Good, that's excellent. How would I go about getting it overhauled? So there's no specific problem with it, but...
Well, there's some amazing shops. There are loads of lovely sewing machine kind of repair shops, and if the needles don't sync up, needs some TLC, then they're brilliant places to take them if you just can't get. But there's some really basic things you can do that will just kind of help to keep the machine running.
Listen, I will let you get into that and chat about what else you're doing, and I will see you all later on. Okay, Sewing Machine 101.
So this is a Singer. It's quite an old Singer sewing machine. What we did today, but we're just going to show you, is we've re-oiled the machine. So it's a basic flathead screwdriver, and we've taken it apart, and it's a little bit clunky to do, but it's easy done.
More screws.
And then you can get machine oil, which is specifically for sewing machines, which is really fine oil that you can use in the mechanism of the machine. You can get that from fabric shops or sewing machine shops, and a lot of machines have little tiny spots in them where you can drop the oil into, and then so that'd be the first thing. You'll need a flathead screwdriver.
I can't remember how it comes off now. I can take the side panel off, I think. Yeah. It's live television, this. Yeah.
Live unscrewing of machines. There we go. That's it. So you can see the machine mechanism in here. So you can check the belt. You can get new belts quite simply. So there's a rubber drive belt that goes around the mechanism. Maz can turn that around so you can see.
So this is quite loose, this one. So this probably wants a replacement at some time in the not too far distant future. But there may be a little bit of adjustment that we can do with the motor. But I've yet to have a look at that. But that's one thing that you could do to check it. But also in the top of here, there's lots of little ports, like little holes like this, where it may tell you that tell you to oil them. There may be like a little symbol saying that they're oil ports, but generally they're little holes in the machine blocks like this one here, and you could drop a bit of oil down there and it'll oil the machinery further down. That's one thing that you can do. I would check online and try and find or have a look for a service manual for it online. But somebody might have done a teardown of one of these of the same machine.
Nearly all these machines have their manuals up online now, and you can either find them for free or for like a couple of pounds. You can buy the manual for, like, we've got a couple of different machines at home. We've been able to find the original manuals just scanned as a PDF, so that's really useful. Just so you, especially for things like threading up machines, sometimes if you don't get the threading quite right, then you won't get the tension right, and it'll show you how to get the tension right on the threads. But this one,
we pulled
a couple of thrifts ago, someone brought us a Kenwood Chef, and when we lifted the top off the Kenwood Chef, it was full of 50 years of cake. And so when we opened up this one, not maybe 50 years of cake, but
not quite as disgusting, but we found quite a lot of fluff in here.
So that's just
which we picked out of the machinery. So this is it's all been gluing up the machinery here. So it's working a bit smoother now. Everything feels a little bit more loose. It was quite stiff when we started. So we just oiled all the points we can, and it feels quite good. It feels like it's working okay now. So
yeah, and then you take the fluff, get the fluff out, and if you've got could you use a Dyson with a bit of cloth over the bottom or something, or like a Hoover?
Another vacuum cleaner.
Any other vacuum cleaner is available. But make sure you put something over the suction, so maybe a bit of cloth, just to kind of protect, so you're not sucking up things too hard, you don't lose things in the machine. But you could do that, and then just look for as you say, look for the ports.
Yeah, look for the little anywhere where you can see machinery moving. There should be something to oil it somewhere, but have a look online, and you'll find instructions on how to service it. So moving swiftly on. What else are we doing, Lindsay?
So I started very. We did the iPhone cable, which we're working through. So we'll give you, let you know whether we managed to get something charging off that later, whether that's fixable. But it's something that goes a lot is people's cables, and there was someone on the Fix It Facebook page that whose rabbit had chewed through their iPhone cable, and they were after, how do I fix this cable? And we realised that actually we hadn't been fixing cables, and they often go at the edge, where there's a stress on the phone. So we're like, let's puzzle that out and work it out. So one of the things that's really useful
show
for
you
fixing
a photo. Yeah.
is to do a tear down. So gently pull it apart and work out how, even if you can't fix it in that break, you can work out how to fix things or what you need and what parts you might need to do. So we're just going through that now, because I think
we've actually managed to get some spare USB ports here for the micro USB. We haven't managed to find any of the any Apple plugs online. And there might be a good reason for that, which is what we were talking about before, which is the unavailability of parts. So we managed to find USB 3. We're still looking for USB-C ones, which is the slightly wider, newer models. So if we can find any of those, we'll be fixing those down at Fix It as well. So we're going to have a go at putting one of these push fit, snap fit ones on here. So they're like a little solder them on, and then clip the casing around the top of them. But I have just bought a new set of cables, which I'm going to try out, and I'll put it up on the Face It Twitter or Fix or Facebook. Fix It.
Face It, Fix It.
Face It, Fixbook, yeah. And the Face It Fixbook, I'll post up and let you know how this goes, because what they are is they're really quite a neat design, and you have a plug that goes onto the end of the cable, and then you snap it down and it reconnects all the cables together. So basically, when your cable starts to go at the end of the plug, you cut the wire, you move the plug further up, clip it back on, and you've got a new cable. So it's a constantly renewing cable until eventually you probably end up with a tiny little short one, and at that point it's probably time to buy a new one, really. Yeah. But we'll see how it goes. It may not be as good as it sounds. So yeah.
So then finally what we've started working on is I've found a couple of YouTube videos is for the iPhone, the very broken iPhone. So I'm just I think it's over here. So I'm just starting to get all my pieces together, clearing a bit of space. I put some gaffer tape on the thing so I can put my little screws on so I don't lose them as I go. So I'm just making sure I've got enough space. I've got a little bit of, I've got some cotton buds. I'm going to get some alcohol just so I can clean things up, because it's full of grit and such.
What's this fabulous piece of machinery you've got here, Lindsay?
This one.
Oh yeah. Oh well, that's I don't need. Oh, I will need this later on. So one of the problems with replacing the battery in the phone is they're fixed down with some really excellent glue. So we have to heat up, and that's where the slightly dangerous or the thing that you might feel less comfortable about doing is heating up the battery, because you have to sort of heat it for more than you might imagine. So we're going to heat that up, get the battery
Heat it
out
gently, and
and then once we've got the battery done, we'll replace the screen. So so we'll keep you posted on how that's going, and I'll probably look a bit more stressed next time I see you, because I'll be doing all the cables, and we'll get that going, and we'll get the sewing machine going and see if we can get some stitching done on that, and hopefully you'll be able to see the iPhone charging or not. That might be a fix or fail. We'll start putting things on the board. So and are you going to crack on with the bike a little bit?
yeah, I'm just as soon as I've finished this cable, and then that's the next job on the list.
Yeah, getting outside to do some sandblasting in the air. That would be really nice. So I'm going to start pulling this glass apart and maybe find some tape. So get a little bit of tape for the front of that. So I think we're going to hand back over to the other guys at Festival, and we shall see you later on.
Thank you very much, Maz and Lindsay. We'll be back with Fix It Cafe a little bit later on. It's time now for Paulus's Thrifty Tips. Now, the last time I shared my thrifty tips, I got cautioned by the police, so I'm not sure why they've asked me to do this, but here goes. I use a lot of costumes that cannot be washed. So I have to use that spray that we buy in the supermarket that is for spraying upholstery and clothes without washing them. And I'm not going to say its name, but it begins with F. It is so expensive. It's £3 a bottle now, and I went to pick some up from the supermarket the other day, and they've reduced the size of the bottle by half. It's this tiny little slim bottle now. So what I do instead is I take an old bottle, rinse it out really well, an old plastic bottle of any sort of detergent or cleaning product that I've got, rinse it out really well, and the gun as well. And I make my own version of this fabric cleaner. All you need is a solution of mostly water, so I suppose it's sort of 9 parts water to 1 part either vodka, nice cheap vodka from the corner shop, or you can buy this tiny little concentrated disinfectant. And again, I'm not going to say the name of the product, but it begins with a Z. This would save you around, I would say, about £7 and stop a lot of plastic from going back into this big cycle that we tend to have. That's my big tip, and here's some tips from our Festival of Thrift Goers from 2019. And if you've got a thrifty tip of your own that you'd like to share with us, then please do get in touch on social media, the chat box on our website, or email info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. Another really big favourite of mine, just while we're here, is if ever you're in a hotel or a B&B and you get a shower cap in the bathroom. Now, funnily enough, I don't tend to use them, but they do make wonderful replacements for cling film, and you can use them again and again and again. Great for covering anything that's in a bowl or a plate. It really is the best tip ever. Thank you to Geraldine Hemingway for it. Now, we are starting our Build Back Better campaign today, along with today's digital festival, because like most festivals and organisations like the Festival of Thrift, unfortunately funds have been decimated by the coronavirus. So we would like to ask you to donate what you can to help us be back in Kirkleatham as soon as is humanly possible. So think about what you would spend on a cup of coffee or a burger if you were on site with us this weekend, and consider donating it instead. We'd be very grateful, and of course it would all go back to you at the next festival. On the schedule, on the Make and Do section, starting right now actually, Backchat Kids Music Workshop and the British Sign Language Interpretation Workshop are just starting, but you can still join in by going to Make and Do, registering, and then clicking on that Zoom link that we email you. There is storytelling at 1:30 from Cedar Brand, and in the Get Talking section, our second talk of the day, The Food Chain Broke, How Do We Fix It, will be starting very soon. You can still register for that as well. Coming up here, in conversation with Wayne Hemingway MBE, who of course is one of the founders of Festival of Thrift, is Ruth Andrade of Lush. But first, a quick demonstration from Whip It Up of Saltburn on how they make their fantastic sun and wind faces that we've been showcasing on our Thriftmobile and at last weekend's mini festival.
Whip it up. Whip it up. Whip it up. Whip it up.
Wonderful to be working alongside Whip It Up. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you later on with the Thriftmobile. Now, our activity pack section of our website is absolutely jam-packed with ideas for things for you to make and do at home, and are fun for all the family. And of course, they're thrifty. There are noisy toys workshops, thrifty recipes from last year's The Street is the menu, our mini kite making, cloudscaping, and flowers made out of plastic bottles. It's all there on the activity pack section, so don't forget to have a good look around the website, and of course, take a look at our marketplace, our virtual marketplace, where lots of stall holders are offering you a discount on their products today, including, from my own fair hands, my artisanal potpourri, which I've got some right here. You can't smell this, but this is my Christmas edition, and it's really, really lovely, and like cinnamony and clovey. And yes, you do get 10% off if you buy it today. Plug, plug, plug. But of course, other wonderful products are also available. Time now to check in with Wayne Hemingway MBE, one of the co-founders of the Festival of Thrift, as he's in discussion with Ruth Andrade of Lush, discussing leaving the world lusher than we found it.
Hello, welcome to Thrift Fest on Cycle, the digital edition of the Festival of Thrift. I'm Wayne Hemingway, the co-founder of the Festival of Thrift, and I'm here with Ruth Andrade, and we're going to have a talk titled Leaving the World Lusher Than We Found It. I think Ruth will say a few words about herself.
Hi, hello everyone. So as Wayne said, I'm Ruth and I work for Lush Cosmetics. Wow, it's really hard to introduce what I do, but I'll try to summarize it. At Lush, I'm involved in the team that we call Earth Care. So, and that really aligns to, I'd say, my life purpose. I work a lot with regeneration, regenerative design, development, and bringing regenerative ideas and principles to businesses, to civil organizations, to communities. And at Lush, I can express that through the work that we do in Earth Care, which is more your kind of environmental management, working with waste, water, energy and carbon, and also other activities at Lush. And I also work a little bit on our giving. So we have many giving programs, and I support some of the strategy around our giving. And then outside of Lush, I also do some really interesting stuff, everything to do with regeneration again. So I'm part of, and I help co-found, and I'm on the board of a couple of organizations, one called Realliance, which is actually quite interesting because we are getting practitioners together in the informal humanitarian and development sector, trying to bring some more what we call trauma-informed ecological practice to sometimes areas of disaster, displacement, and also development, even though we don't love the traditional sense of the word. And then regenerosity, where we're working towards not a model, but towards the concept of regenerative philanthropy, both working with regenerative projects that we say are doing the planet's most critical task, but also how can we transform the way we give in a way that's decolonial, that's more based on trust, and that's, more participatory. So that's a little summary.
Yeah, I mean, about 10 years ago, when we started to kind of have the germ of the idea of the Festival of Thrift, which I think first came into being around 8 years ago now, it seemed that, you know, it was quite a left field idea, and that we would really struggle to be able to talk to brands, because brands, you know, obviously there'd been the history of, you know, the wonderful Body Shop, and there'd been, you know, we'd had our own history in Red or Dead of being, you know, socially aware, but it wasn't mainstream. And then, you know, the first festival that we did, we had, I think, 3 times as many people turn up. I think it was, we expected 5,000, and I think 15,000 people turned up, and then it's grown and grown and grown. And it seems to me that now you can't, you know, can you be a brand anymore without thinking about issues and starting to think about societal benefit and the environment? You know, is it possible now to be a brand without that?
I always use the word resilience, right? So if we don't have a stable economy and a more or less stable future, there is no brand. I think we're at a point now where, as a brand, everyone needs to make this choice. Either we contribute so that we can have a chance of having a future together, a stable economy, or we work against that, and then we're working with our own demise. I think that's one important aspect. That's very, very pragmatic. You don't need to be, you know, forward thinking or, you know, green or eco in order to think that. And another that I think especially some quite big corporations have taken to themselves to push the climate movement forward, and to push some of these movements forward, even sometimes ahead of government, like pushing government. So I think it's a super interesting space.
What examples have you got of that, of where a brand is actually doing something that is influencing the government and influencing humankind ahead of what governments are doing?
There are some examples, just to give a couple from Lush. So everyone knows that at Lush, we make a lot of products that require no packaging. So we've been like selling shampoo bars for 25 years. And then our tech team developed a tool that it's called Lush Lens, and you just use your mobile phone, you go over a Lush product, and it gives you all the information that would normally be in a packaging. And then in Japan, for example, we opened a store that had no packaging. And then we worked with governments to change legislation so we would be allowed to sell without packaging because we had created an alternative through digital. We also have the case of, for example, Natura in Brazil, who recently bought the Body Shop, and others like Danone. Natura and others have been working on the new science-based targets for biodiversity. And again, it's a group that's being led by, of course, there is civil society, but by some really large corporations. Danone also set up a group for biodiversity. Yeah, we have, Unilever has been doing also really excellent work around that. And there are more brands, especially here in the EU, pushing government towards no imported deforestation in the supply chains. And Lush has also been supporting this movement together with civil society. So I think this partnership between civil society and brands is super important to push government towards the right direction, to counter the lobbying of all the fossil fuel industries.
But it is still, you know, it is still really difficult because, you know, you look at fossil fuels, and an example is, you know, I've recently, so my personal journey through owning cars is, you know, I mainly use public transport, but the last few months of COVID have changed that a little bit. And our family got the first Prius that came in the country in 2003, the Toyota Prius. And we've kept saying that our next car would be 100% electric, but the Prius has kept going actually, 280,000 miles, which I'm very proud of. That's proper sustainable. But a few weeks ago, we took delivery. We bought we wanted to wait for an affordable electric car, so we got this Honda E, this cute little thing, and I've started. So it's 100% electric, and you realise that the country is not ready for it. The amount of broken down charging points, you know, the amount of trying to find somewhere to get from one place to the other, and the sheer heartache of it. It's, you know, are we, you know, is this whole thing about changing to a sustainable future just for a few of us who are willing to wear a hair shirt, work really, really hard? Or are we, you know, when are we going to reach that tipping point where it becomes the norm that everybody accepts that packaging is stupid? Everybody accepts that anything that, you know, the internal combustion engine should be relegated to the 20th century. You know, there are so many things, but still it feels that we are, you know, we are in the minority, and it's easy to pat yourself on the back, but I'm not interested in that. I want it to be like wholesale societal change. What do we do to achieve that?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I don't think it's a question that anyone knows the answer. Otherwise, we would have done it, you know, the environmental movement would have done whatever it takes 20 years ago. I think there are two main things related to this that I like to talk about. I think one is betting too much on green consumerism rather than a real change of culture and a real change of how the economy functions. So what we want to do is just make capitalism better. But there are some issues with capitalism itself. And we're seeing that now with great concentration of wealth, and only, for example, the people that can afford green innovation are the early adopters, and then everyone else trailing behind. So I think we haven't figured out what's the new economic model that can make the current one obsolete. I think that's one point of intervention.
So, well, what have you got an idea on that then? You know, what is the new capitalism?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I don't think we have figured that out. Otherwise, we would have done it. But of course, I have some ideas. I think it's much more based on the commons and coming out of this very individualistic mindset. I'm even thinking, like, if you take the waste or the packaging issue, if brands want to go alone, we're never going to change. Like, circular economy only exists in a hyper collaborative, you know, industry. So we need to be able to use each other's packaging, and maybe we need common packaging that doesn't look different, so it can keep going around without massive stock control of the right type of packaging. So it's like, when do I sacrifice my brand for the good of the collective? So instilling more, I think, collective ideals and the idea of the commons, right? So public transport is the commons. I think something that can really support this, we talk about universal basic income. And I think we should go for universal basic services. So how can we make education free and housing accessible? You know, really work on these fundamental basic needs in a collaboration between civil society and the government. I'm an anarchist. So, you know, if we go totally in that direction, I believe people are completely capable of self-governing.
Well, stop there for a second. I mean, is that danger?
Economies, I'd say.
You know, is it dangerous saying you're an anarchist? I mean, do we have to? You know, I think it does need. You know, I would describe you as an activist, probably. You know, but you know, how do we get activism more into life, and how many businesses are prepared to employ somebody like you who will say in an interview that you're an anarchist or an activist? How do we bring that to the fore? You know, you're working for Lush, you know, which, you know, I've got a history which hopefully we'll get time to talk about. But how can you go and work for Shell or somebody like that? You know, and could you have an impact there? And will they take you on?
I would never work for Shell. I think.
Hang on, I'm going to stop you there. So. But why wouldn't you? But doesn't Shell need an activist more than Lush needs an activist?
For sure, I think that are two ways of seeing this. One is, I'm certainly not a bridge builder. I want to push towards towards higher integrity rather than a compromise. So someone that works for Shell, it's someone that's willing to compromise the ethics a little bit to bring a business like that, you know, to modernize it. And then you have to have faith that that's possible. I'm not sure I have that faith. Lush, for me, is a really exciting place because I always say this, I could have worked, I'm an activist and I'm actually an anarchist. Like, I know a lot, I understand a lot, and I am. But at Lush, I can even express these self-organization ideals, right? My team is self-organized. There are other teams at Lush that are completely self-organized. And the idea that I can use Lush as my platform is super exciting for me. So I see it as a much nicer place than if I was working for an NGO. I can do so much more. I can influence Lush and be influenced by Lush. And then to be able to use everything that Lush has done in order to change the field, that's the stuff that I'm really interested in. And Lush is an activist brand, right? So we can push Lush for Lush to be kind of leading the way, and then leave other people to do the bridge building.
So how can individuals then, if you're an individual working with an organization, and you know, helping them stay activist, how can we've seen on television and we've seen in the press the last few years that, you know, Greta Thunberg influencing a young generation, probably like, you know, my generation. We didn't know the word sustainability. We knew thrift, we were brought up thriftily, but the idea of sustainability wasn't there. But now there's a whole generation. You know, first of all, the millennials dip their toe into it, then the Gen Zs get hold of it more, and now we've got the Gen Alphas, I think is I can't remember the name of I think it's Gen Alpha, the name of Greta's generation, who have had, you know, a young individual on the main news, at the start of the main news, in every single newspaper, talking about the issues that we're talking about the issues that Lush believe in, that you believe in, that the Festival of Thrift believes in. You know, number one, is that going to make a difference? Is that generation going to come through, do you think? And number two, if you are an individual, you know, how can you make a difference?
So I'll start with the last question, because I talk about that a lot at Lush. And one of the mistakes of the environmental movement was to focus too much on individual action. So we make people feel guilty and we place everything on individual action. So it depends on people's choice, and often it's a sacrifice, as we were saying before. So I should stop using plastic bags, and I should go vegan, and I should put solar panels on my roof if I have the money. That's super important. I always say, individual action is really important because it gives you integrity, so you can speak with lived experience. but we need to focus more on collective action. Like, what can we do? And I think this is what Greta's generation has figured out, and bringing more strongly, that it is about civil disobedience, and it is about putting pressure and taking the streets until people are heard. So not being content with just doing, I always think for every individual action, think about what's the collective action that you could do that connects you to that. So if I'm vegan, how can I promote veganism, get my friends to do it, or push the government towards, not buying meat from the Amazon, for example, like putting legislation around that. I think we need to become
How do you do that then?
Civil societies.
So how can somebody do that then?
Yeah, so I'd say start locally. So local bioregional organization is super important. And I think with COVID, we had already seen local Extinction Rebellion groups, local transition town groups. So for example, if you're not such an activist and you're a little bit more, let's say you don't want to be demonstrating against something, find your local transition towns. Find your Extinction Rebellion groups, find your mutual aid groups that formed around COVID. So get active locally, and then put pressure on the government. That means voting right. So even though I'm an anarchist, I think at the moment voting is actually important. Another one is write to your MPs. Like I write to my MP all the time. At least we make our views being heard. Use social media.
Does your MP reply?
Yes, with very conservative views, and I'm like, oh my God.
Go on, name the MP. Come on, we need to know.
No, but I do want to say one thing. They were trying drilling off the coast of Bournemouth. So they had a drill rig to do horizontal drilling for prospecting oil and fracked gas. And yeah, that was horrible. It was all about jobs, and it's like, oh come on, we're the sunniest county in the country.
Anyway, we better get onto some questions. I think we've got a load of questions coming in from people who are listening in. So the first one is from Sue. What is the biggest challenge in dealing with the environmental impact of COVID-19, and how may we begin to overcome it?
To be honest, like again, thinking at a macro scale, one of the biggest issues is that governments have spent the money that they had to for climate change mitigation. A lot of more progressive governments that spent a lot on supporting populations through COVID are going to be broke at the state level. So I think it has made climate change action at that level more complicated. I think same thing for corporations. We're going to struggle economically for a while. So at the same time, this is an issue. It's an opportunity for what we call build back better. So I think in the EU, this has been a big thing. So how can we make sure that any funding for recovery is connected to also sustainability goals and sustainability targets? And another thing is waste, right? It massively, like the plastic-free movement was going so well, and we had so many wins, including EU legislation, and all of that has been weakened. Like the plastic lobby is going at full speed at the moment. So, yeah, I think.
But again, this is one way the individuals can make the difference, isn't it? This is where, you as an individual, or, I'm saying you, I mean, everybody as individuals can choose not to buy plastic packaging. We can choose, we can choose not to buy a diesel car or a petrol car. We can choose all of those things. We can choose to get on a bike, rather than get on a bus. There are so many things we can choose to do.
Yeah. And I think at the same time, people have become more local. Like I think we've avoided, I think it was 17% of carbon emissions during COVID. But I think this is only going to result on a 4%, annual reduction. So I think I agree with you. I think this is the time, at least for the privileged people of the global north that could stay home and work from home. I think this was an important time to rethink about what's important and what kind of future do we want to create. And I think this is what the Generation Alpha is telling us. It's about intergenerational justice. How can we not leave the world completely screwed up for the young generations?
And I'm going to put my own question in quickly before bring another one in. How are Lush dealing with, obviously that you're in high street locations, in places that are supposed to have many thousands of people passing your front doors every day, and of which in most of those now there aren't, there's a substantial reduction. How's Lush dealing with that?
So like everyone, we saw our online sales increase, but the shops on the high street, they're struggling a little bit. Like it's super important for people to continue supporting the shops that they want to see go through this crisis. So I'd say the businesses that are already operating from different principles or from a different perspective, it's really important for people to support them through this time. And I think Lush is one of those businesses, but for sure we've been, badly hit. I think, yeah. And I think we're going to see more the fallout. So it's also, how do we quickly shift our business model to be able to continue to offer, better products or more eco-friendly products to people, even if they can't come to our stores. So it's a time for a rethink.
So the next question is from Stella, and I wonder if that's our Stella, Festival of Thrift Stella. There's only one Stella, it must be. How does sustainably sourced ingredients conflict with the need to use significant energy to transport both raw ingredients and goods produced?
Yeah. So at Lush, like we have mapped our supply chain and all the suppliers, and our biggest suppliers in terms of quantity, apart from cocoa butter, are all in Europe. So we do have, I wouldn't say a UK local, but we have a lot of European suppliers. But the supply of raw materials is really global. Like we use tons of cocoa butter that come from Colombia, Costa Rica, now Sierra Leone.
So how obviously one of the things that's been flowing through COVID is kind of people talking about the scale back of globalization. We've got big retailers like John Lewis. I've read wanting to manufacture more closer to home. And you can see the positive side of that. Less, like what Stella's saying here, less energy used in transporting. Obviously, there's more creating jobs closer to home. And then you've got the kind of the extreme. You've got Trump, wanting to kind of just wipe globalization out of the equation. And then on the other side, you see horrible films that are really upsetting films from Bangladesh, where you see factories completely closed and mainly women who we know statistically have been hit harder around the world by COVID, without a job, not being able to feed the family. And so it's that balance between, what bringing closer to home, sustainably looking after developing nations and their manufacturing. What are your view on that, and how does Lush deal with it?
So I think there are two important movements there around deglobalization. So Lush, for example, we have factories in all the main markets. So we have factories in the UK, in East and West Coast of North America, Japan, Australia, Croatia, and Germany. So we don't need to transport finished products around the world. With raw materials, at least for the big bulk raw materials, we have direct sourcing. So we are buying from communities, and it tends to be a project that it's exactly what you're saying. It's meeting a local need for sustainable livelihoods, because also those countries, like, they need alternatives to very degrading livelihoods. And things like cosmetic materials like cocoa butter are perfect, if done correctly, to support regeneration, to help protect forests, to use agroforestry techniques. I think this is a transitional period. One thing that feels important to Lush, even though we don't get it right every time, is where do you add value? So making sure that we can reduce transport as well by adding value in the countries where things are produced. So for example, instead of bringing lots of moringa seeds to process moringa oil in Europe, we funded a moringa oil press with the community groups that we are working with. So we bring the oil. So unless it's a very specific process, we tend to support the groups to add value locally. And I think that already helps a little bit. So yeah, we're transporting bulk material, concentrated material, rather than just raw material goods, and economically makes sense to add value with the communities. And then I think we need to design this transition towards a bioregional economy. So, and I call it bioregional because I think we have a real danger of nationalism and nationalism rising. So how can we shift towards the idea of bioregional development, where at least the bulk of the economy is done bioregionally, but of course there's still going to be trade. And the shipping industry is the critical point. It will be like transport is the one that is the slowest moving when it comes to climate change, is the one that we really don't have very good solutions for. And it's the one that's going to require a lot of investment and innovation in the next few years. So I think it's important to localize supply chains, but leave those lifelines to countries where we're offering important livelihoods, but pay them better. So perhaps they also, can work less. If you know what I mean, like you don't employ so many people, employ fewer people paying more.
Right,
Yeah, fewer people paying more.
It's amazing how fast half an hour how fast it goes. So our time is up. So thanks for doing this. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. There's lots more on Thrift Upcycled, so check the website, check these channels, and we are a year, hopefully, off the next physical Festival of Thrift. I absolutely can't wait. I've missed it, like I've missed so much these last few months, but it'll all be in the past, and we'll all get together again. So see you online over these next few hours and days. Check back in whenever you like. Check on Thrift 365. There's things there all year, and see you in person next year. And thank you again, Ruth.
Thank you.
chapter 3 of One Beautiful Moment, I Move the Air, from Lindsay and Alice and their participants a little bit later on this afternoon. And now it's time to check in with you and the people that have been getting in touch via social media and emailing us their pictures to info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. Here's one from Sophie Tweddle and Pig the Whippet, enjoying Thrift Fest upcycled in sunny Saltburn. Lovely stuff, Sophie. Thank you very much for getting in touch. And the next one is Little Architects of Air, live from Wall's End. So Architects of Air by Levy Labs is one of our brilliant instructoratory activity packs. Now, it's the only thing that you have to pay for in this entire online festival today. It's £10 and that includes your postage. You do get a really, really first of its kind instruction kit on how to become an architect of air. Air being the material that's been fascinating inventors and scientists for decades, nay, centuries. As I say, the only thing you have to pay for in this entire festival, and so we would love to ask you, if you can, to donate some money towards our Build Back Better campaign so that we can be back with you in real life in Kirkleatham as soon as is humanly possible. Things have been quite tough for us all in the last 6 months or so, and none so much as the events sector. So anything you can do to donate, just consider how much you would normally spend on a cup of coffee maybe, or a burger at the festival, and consider donating that instead. We would be eternally grateful. It's time in a moment for us to check in with Gobbledygook Theatre and their cloudscapes. And we have got cloud identification boards just outside the window here, going up and down Redcar seafront to help you to identify what sort of clouds there are in the sky. And I've just heard from our artist from Gobbledygook that we think that right now, just above the seafront here, above the beach, we have a stratocumulus cloud. And I read somewhere from Gobbledygook that clouds' lifespans are a maximum of 10 minutes long, so it's this briefest little period you could ever imagine, and cloudscapes is an opportunity for you to switch off from the world, have a bit of me time, you time, not me time, you're having all of me this afternoon. So find a park, find somewhere in your garden or somewhere on the beach even, have a lay down on your favourite old blanket and you can cloudscape too. There is of course more information in the pack on our website, just look for cloudscapes and it will tell you what to do. But it's time to check in with Julie, our roving reporter of Zetland FM, Julie Donaldson. She's out on Redcar Seafront now with some cloud gazers. I hope we can link with you now. Julie.
Well, hello. So here we are on a breezy, sunny Redcar. And if you are out and about in Redcar today, you might be wandering up the esplanade and see some interesting new boards that have appeared. Yeah, blue boards, you think? Blue boards? What are they here for? Well, one woman who will certainly know is Stella Hall from Festival of Thrift. It's a very different Festival of Thrift this year, isn't it, Stella?
It certainly is, Julie. We've gone entirely, well, nearly entirely digital. But this is one of the active things that you can do. If you go to the festival website, festivalofthrift.co.uk, you'll see 13 activities, a whole day full of digital events. But this is something you can do all weekend. You can, if you're here in Redcar, put your phone on the QR code and it'll bring down Lorna Rees of Gobbledygook Theatre, who'll tell you all about every type of cloud. But if you're on the website, just go onto the Make and Do page and download her soothing voice telling you all about what there is up in the sky. One of the thriftiest activities you can do, cloud gazing.
That's totally fabulous. And I suppose the thing about it is you can do it anywhere. You don't have to be here on Redcar Seafront.
Well, of course. I mean, we like people to come and visit Redcar, but you can do it wherever you are. Look out the window, find a patch of sky, listen and learn.
Listen and learn. Oh, we like listening and learning, especially if it's something we can do for free. Now, as it happens, Beth Smith is actually visiting Redcar today, and she's with us this morning. She's been a willing volunteer. Beth, morning to you. What brings you to Redcar?
I'm just here for the day. I've just been walking along the seafront. It's nice views. I was going to nip into town for a bit. And then later I'm going to nip home and go on to the Make and Do section of the Festival of Thrift and try and learn more about clouds, because I don't know much about clouds because I got a D in geography. So yeah, that's my day.
Fabulous. And they are very eye-catching, these, particularly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Have you learned even to know what they look like so far?
Yes. So I know that there's like Nimbus Strass, and there's Thunder ones.
Well, we're going to send you on your way having a look. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Beth.
okay, no
Enjoy your day in Redcar. And thank you. I shall catch you later.
Thanks very much, Julie. We will be checking in with you and the Thrift Mobile, I'm sure, later on. Don't forget to cloud gaze wherever you are and give yourself a bit of downtime this afternoon. It's time now to check in with Tees Women Poets, who are a tremendous bunch of women that I met at the festival last year. They are a performance poetry collective of women of all backgrounds who live and work in the Tees Valley area. And with the green energy theme of our festival in mind, they have created 12 poems which they've put on video during lockdown from their homes, and you can find them all in our Make and Do section of the website. And right now we're going to be hearing from Anne Cuthbert, who will be reading her very own composition, Teesside Wind Farm, which is inspired by the wind farm Redcar coastline, which you can probably see in the background behind me. And then after that, we'll be back with more from Fix It Cafe. But first, here's Teesside Wind Farm.
Too noisy, you say, they just twirl all day like infants at play and blight the whole bay. With giant arms waving, they're quarantine raving. Our coastline needs saving from these ugly turbines that march out in tight lines like soldiers with straight spines and clutter the view. We'd all say, thank you, though they liked by a few, if these blades just stopped turning. Yes, wind power we're spurning. Wait a minute. We're learning they don't deserve that invective. They're cheap and effective from every perspective. Cleaner air, their objective. So climb up the pier and let's raise a cheer to Teesside's own wind farm. It's blowing a gale charm that turns all the rotors that power the motors that fulfill the quotas. They've had bad publicity, but that's just mendacity. We get electricity without the toxicity. You know what I mean, like? Wind energy's green like.
I'm back here in the Fix It Cafe with Maz and Lindsay. Don't forget that you can get in touch with us via social media, info@festivalofthrift.co.uk, or the chat box on our website to ask your questions of how you might be able to fix something rather than throw it away. Maz and Lindsay will do their best to answer your questions. Lindsay, what have you got going on?
Well, we've got an iPhone 5 that we've started to dismantle, and actually to the lovely person that rang about that iPod Touch and the battery, if they were finding that they just couldn't get it charging at all, they could probably take it to get the battery replaced, or they could go to ifixit.com and see if there's a teardown. They felt comfortable, they could order a new battery.
A teardown?
Yeah, so it would basically, iFixit show you how to take them apart, and they kind of have little diagrams, or they have videos, and there's lots of actually other organisations that do it, and people that do it on YouTube, and you can basically, because you can pause it, you can go through it and pause it and check and go back through, and you can, when you order the battery, they normally come with a set of tools, although not very good tools. Mine have already failed. So we've gone back
Terrible
to the butter
tools,
knife.
yeah.
Yes, the
Back to
butter knife.
and the tiny screwdriver, tiny little star stage screwdriver. So iPhones have a very difficult set of. They're like tiny little stars that most people wouldn't have. So you do need a little iPhone kit, but they're not always very well made. So
They were invented to keep us out of there.
So we have these tiny, it's very small thing, and then we've got the butter knife because that's working better.
So basically what I'm hearing is if we're going to get into fixing it in a big
Yes.
way, the first thing we need in our box of tricks is an old-fashioned bow and handle knife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good. Yeah, it's one of the good things you can have in the house, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will let you
Yeah.
guys unpack this a little bit more and see you later.
Okay. So what we've ordered is a new screen and a new battery. So we've switched it off because it's really noisy. I've got a little hot air. You can use a hairdryer, a little hot air gun here, and we can use it at different temperatures depending on what we're doing. And what I'm doing at the moment is gently heating, which should be very careful. Is the battery because it's got this amazing glue that stops it coming out. So that's what I'm up to at the moment, is pulling the glue out, getting ready for the new battery, which is somewhere on my desk here, I hope, yes. And then also what I'm doing here, which you might be able to see, is as I'm taking screws out, I'm putting them together on the gaffer tape so I can, because every time I do something I think, oh, I'll be able to put that back together, and over the years I've realised that actually that's not possible. So what I use is a little piece of gaffer tape, and I just stick the screws on with the part that it's screwing in back together, so when I put the thing back together I can go back through the order. But other people use metal trays with a battery, with a magnet, that's the word.
Magnets, yes.
A magnet underneath, and they even number the top of the tray so you can put things in order.
A little sausage of blue tacks
Yes.
are often a really good way to go. So as you take the screws out, if you go clockwise around whatever you're taking it apart, and you can lay them in a little line on a little sausage of blue tack.
At Kirkleatham a few years ago, we met a jeweller who came to chat to us while we were doing Fix It, and he'd brought a USB port to be fixed, and all it needed was hot glue. It needed gluing back into the box that it was encased in, but he was enjoying, because we were sharing ideas, and he used to get tiny little ring boxes, and the ring boxes would he'd put all the screws in and the springs if he was doing jewellery or like in clock making. So it's always good to have a little system and method that you can use to line up your tools and kit. And sometimes I use like an old bit of yoga mat. We've got like some rubber matting on here to protect the surface, but also stops things spinning
Cutting
away.
mat's quite good for.
We have a cutting mat, and then Marek has an old dissection kit as well, which he uses tools. We have standard tools and screwdrivers, and you can see loads of that stuff behind us. But actually, some of the stuff, like our go-to things, are things like the dissection kit, because they have tiny implements for grabbing little things.
I shall show you.
There it is there. So
My wonderful dissection kit.
yes, once used for dissection, now used for dissecting machines and tiny things. But you get these, collecting like tiny little tweezers, and then I've got this, which I'm not quite using at the moment, but like helping hands. So you can hold extra things to hold things, and magnifying glasses, so you can really get in and see and read the codes if you're having to order parts and see what you're doing.
So that kind of gets into a little bit of what Fix It Cafe is all about, really. Is we're kind of all about skill sharing and all about people coming and learning how to fix things. So we'll kind of pass on knowledge we've got, or we're there as a helping hand. If somebody wants to come and take something apart, we will be there to sort of like help assist them if they're a little bit nervous about taking the sewing machine apart or taking the back of an iPad. Then we can go, right, okay, it's all right, we're here, we can help if it starts going wrong. But the other thing we do is we have a lot of tools that we keep around. I have a fine selection of different things, which means that if you come across a fix where you need a special triangular shaped screwdriver head, then we'll have one of those. We're likely to have one in one of the boxes, and so it prevents you getting to that part in fixing, which is always the most difficult, is when you come across a little hurdle that's been put there by companies to stop you from taking apart the blender that you bought.
Yes.
And
Sometimes it's because they contain complicated electricals, and they say that's their worry, isn't it? That they don't want you to damage the product. But
and for that reason, we also pat test things before plugging them in, so we make sure that everything gets pat tested, which is also another reassurance for people when they come down. If they want to take something apart, when they take it home, it's not going to explode when they plug it into the mains at home. So we're here to make sure.
I feel like Fix It's sharing a bit of courage and a bit of you can do this and we'll help you put it back together, but also tool sharing and
hand holding,
like
really.
Kind of like tool library, if you like, so people can come down and see. You can come to a Fix It and share tools, and I think that's a lot of it is knowing that that you might be able to find something, and if we don't have the tool, we'll try and find it or make it. I mean, there was one year, like the Kenwood chef
incident.
Session. Well, we had one Kenwood chef which was very old, and we had just needed a flathead screwdriver, and that you could open that up and clean it and put a little bit of grease
screwdriver.
One screwdriver would open the whole machine, and it's very easy to fix and clean and put back together. And we used what's the glue? Epoxy glue to fix a switch, I think, on the casing. But there was another Kenwood chef, also really fixable, good machine, but the nut was so unusual that we actually had to angle grind out a new nut to kind of get into the machine. And that was and so it's those things where you've got actually really good machines that are fixable, but then they make them inaccessible, especially, and that's where things get thrown away because people don't know how to get into them. So a lot of it's that, and then some of the other things we have are just lots of different kinds of glues and oils and things like that. So things that you might not hold at home and cleaners for your electronics.
We have some nice standard household ones up here as well.
Yes. So some excellent things you can have in your fixes.
Nail polish remover, very good for getting glues and
adding vitamin D to your nails.
Bicarbonate of soda, which is a very good abrasive, but
also good if you mix it with a bit of water for getting rid of battery acid spills. So if you've got an old sort of an acid battery, you can use that to get rid of the acid. And then conversely, if you've got an alkaline battery spill, you can have vinegar, and that can be an extra malty vinegar that we've got here. You can just use white vinegar as well. And then
polishes, things like Brasso, which a lot of people will have under the kitchen sink.
Some things are just about cleaning up. We've got bits of Vaseline and all kinds of greases and tapes, and we've got shoe glue, which we've used a few times, which we use to repair the soles of shoes back together. And a great thing, but to only be used in where you've got lots of air, is a plastic repair glue, so that will re-melt and what's it called?
To weld it, sort of melts it together. A little bit like the old Airfix models, where you put the glue on the Airfix model, and it sort of turns into a squishy mess. Then you put it together and it dries, and then it's a really good tight bond then. But it does the same sort of thing rather than sitting on the surface. So.
Excellent. So we're going to carry on with our fixing today. I'm going to try and get this. Once you all go, I'm going to put the hairdryer back on and try and get this battery out and put the new one in, which is hidden somewhere on the desk. And hopefully we'll be able to show that to you when you come back next time. And then what are you cracking on with? You're still on the USB.
Still, struggling with this here. Trying to get the USB port soldered. It's very fiddly soldering. It's very tiny, so I'm probably going to use the microscope to do that.
Okay, so we're going to hand over to a video now from Kurt Leatham in 2017.
What a beautiful day, it's a wonderful life. What a beautiful day, it's a wonderful life. What a beautiful day, it's a wonderful life. What a beautiful day, it's a wonderful life.
There's been a shift in people's thinking away from things being over-commercialised, and here you've got hundreds of fiercely independent traders, makers, people who are making food, chances to try things with your own hands, and all sorts of workshops.
The Festival of Thrift is showing the way forward
It's already the kind of event and opportunity that we would like everybody in the Tees Valley to have.
We support great art and culture for everyone, and great art is something that's authentic, distinctive and really well done. So people who might never step inside an art centre or a theatre, we want them to be inspired and see great work, and that's what happens here at the Festival of Thrift.
For an area to thrive, people need to have opportunities to create, to make things, to design, to be part of making a new future together.
And that whole thing about taking something that is, coming to the end of its life and giving it a new life is really important. It's absolutely natural for human beings to do that. It's humanity at its best.
Just the fact that it's also like the homemade stuff and the local produce and the crafts are just amazing.
Then there were some really good ideas and some beautiful stalls, all handmade and all organic. I thought it was absolutely beautiful.
This was an absolutely perfect fit for SABIC to be involved in. It's great for the community, great for economic benefit, and we can involve our staff and their families in volunteering as well.
Some really creative people, fantastic workshops. It's a lovely atmosphere. Really, really good setting too.
If you've just joined us, this is the online edition of the Festival of Thrift. Thrift Fest upcycled, our digital edition, whilst we cannot all be together on our big festival site in Kirkleatham. And I hope you're making the most of today by having a good look around our website at the Make and Do section, the Activity Packs section, lots of things to download there and take part in, and of course our marketplace with discounts today from many of our stall holders so that you can get cracking on your Christmas shopping. There is a British Sign Language workshop beginning in just 1 minute's time on the Make and Do section. Register and we'll send you the Zoom link for that, and you don't need any experience whatsoever to get involved and have a go. Here coming up we have more from vinyl DJs Neil Massey and his stepdaughter Millie, who are a regular fixture at the festival proper, and another chapter of our One Beautiful Moment experience, I Move the Air, from Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps. But now we're going to check in with Little Inventors, whose 40-minute workshop is just starting. There's still time to register. Go to the Make and Do section, register your details, and we'll send you the Zoom link. We're going to be with them for the first 10 minutes here on the live stream, and Little Inventors are working alongside illustrator Liz Million to offer you Be Your Own Pioneer Energy Superhero. So if you've ever been interested in becoming a cartoonist, in illustrations or in superheroes, not only will you get to create and draw your own superhero, but you'll also create an invention for them to use in order to combat climate change and make the planet greener. Yes, it's all about green energy this year here at the festival, so let's check in now for the first 10 minutes of this 40-minute workshop with Liz Million and Little Inventors.
Person, and I am here today to celebrate our Festival of Thrift 2020. Now this year it is gone virtual, which is a bit of a shame because I was looking forward to going this year just like you. I was going to mooch around all the stalls and go and see all the fashy things, and it's such a creative sort of person thing when you're walking around. It's brilliant. But today we are doing a festival which is virtual, which means I'm getting beamed into your living room. Now you're probably wondering who I am. Now I am Liz Million. Liz is short for Elizabeth, like the Queen. Hello guys. And Million is my real second name. Everyone says to me, have you got £1 million? And I say, no. Do I look like I've got £1 million? And then some kids go, Yes. And they go, oh, thank you very much. Now, I don't normally have hair like this. It's normally a bit more like that. I have got a lovely wig on, and I have got some safety goggles, because this is what inventors have, isn't it? So I've got them on my head because we're going to be looking at superheroes today. Now, I've been an illustrator for 23 years, which is quite a long time. And before that, I went to university for a long time as well. So what I do normally, I illustrate and I write stories. Now, this is a book that I've just illustrated there, and it's got a crocodile on the front. I have just done another book about Space Cafe. There we go, and it's by Conrad Burdekin, and we have all different sorts of pictures in here. And these books, they take me weeks and weeks and weeks to do. When I got a phone call from Little Inventors, these are brilliant people who get children's creations and make them into actual inventions. How cool is that? And they rang up and went, hi, Liz Lillian. And I went, hi, can you do as a project? Would you like to look on our website and choose a children's invention? I was like, a child's invention? Yeah, I would have loved that as a kid. So I went online, that, and then I started thinking, oh my goodness, there's too many to choose from. And guess which one I chose? I chose this one here, and it was by a girl called Lexi. If you have a little look, you can see there are some fantastic designs. Now, these are a steam-powered,
Thank you.
steam-powered like that. So this is a chair and a page turner that turns the chair. Now, I personally would love a rabbit one. Isn't that fantastic? Wouldn't you love that chair? That would be brilliant. And look at her slippers. Now, Lexi was a very, very good inventor, because she was thinking about using power that was sustainable. So we're not using coal or oil. Look at that unicorn one. Wouldn't that be gorgeous? There we go. And it didn't just start brilliantly straight away. We had a good chat about it. And the thing about being an illustrator is you have to be good at designing things. Look at all these chairs that we got some ideas for. I would love a dragon chair, wouldn't you? Ah, it'd be so cozy. So Little Inventors at the Festival of Thrift today, we're going to be looking at going green. Now, I know you all do lots of things about the environment at school, but we're going to be looking at power and energy. Now, energy is everywhere. Okay, you have energy when you wake up, so you have energy in your body. And quite a lot of teachers and things, people say to me, go, where'd you get your energy from? I wish I had half your energy. And I go, I know, I'm a little bit bonkers, but I've always seemed to got lots of energy because I eat well, I do exercise, and you do all sorts, don't you, to get your energy levels up. I also drink coffee as well, which helps. But also, when I started thinking about all the different sorts of energies, I realised I'd done projects before about energy. Now, this probably looks a little bit strange, a boy recycling. Have a look here. Now, your energy here, lots and lots of energy goes into recycling, doesn't it? Everything you do, you have to think about the earth and the planet, which is really, really important. That's just what Little Inventors message is all about. Now, I did a whole thing, and I didn't know about this, but about recovery. Now, do you know your waste that you put in your dustbin gets burned in a big furnace, and you get energy from that? So this is a lady using the energy from your rubbish. So look, she's got all different sorts of things there. She's brushing her hair with a hairdryer there. There are so many different electrical things on that picture. So I had to learn about municipal solid waste. So when you're an illustrator, you suddenly become an expert about different things. I've also got some superhero energy characters here. General Generate, Reuse Rex, Reduce Rosie, and Recycle Rita. And they're like a sort of superhero family, a bit like the Incredibles, aren't they? And I've got some heroes here from a school. So I am always drawing superheroes. And funnily enough, this week alone, I've been doing some for some school values. So have a little look. So superheroes always have really funky hair like this. And they always have different powers. They've got different abilities. Some are very clever, some are very strong. And look, we've even got one that is socially distancing with his Look, he's got his hand sanitizer there. And it looks like he's had a bit of a trump round there, but he hasn't trumped. So they're all different types of energy we have. Now, there are bad sort of energies that we're trying to get rid of, like coal and natural gas, nuclear powers. And they're not bad. It just means that one day they might not be there. So we have lots of wonderful renewable energy, like and the solid waste. Now, green energy, green power comes from wind, the wind in the sky, not Donald Trump trumping. If you have a look in my book, look, I've got Donald Trump trumping there. I don't want to think about the hot air that comes from that man. Also, geothermal energy from the earth. We have biomass, we have things that rot, and we get lots of energy off that. Now, we are going to be looking at drawing a superhero character. So make sure you have your pens and pencils and paper ready, because we are going to do some drawing. Now, there's also hydropower and things like that. But what I thought we could do is design our own character together. Now, I've just had a look, and I can see some wonderful pens there. I like your pens. So look, I've got mine here. So it says oil pastels. I've also got crayons in there too. Now you're probably thinking, oh, I hate crayons. We had those at school, but these are like quite fancy crayons. I've got some gorgeous colours here. That's like a funny orange colour. We've got an earwaxy colour. So I've got all these different colours here. I've got some fancy pens too, and people sometimes say, where do you get your pens from? And I say, well, do you know, I get them from all over, but I do get them from art shops, and they are quite expensive. But today I'm going to be using these sort of big marker pens so you can see. Okay, so have you got a pencil, guys? Wiggle your pencils. Now, if you haven't got a pencil, go and grab one quickly. I've got a giant pencil here, which is brilliant. Do you want to see my giant crayon? My giant crayon. Have you seen this crayon? It's huge. Now, this is what I usually go into schools with, and I whack kids on the head with it if they're naughty. And I've also got an inflatable dinosaur. Now, I'm in my studio in Darlington here, and I've got all sorts of crazy, weird things going on. I've also got these. Hello. That is definitely like a nerdy scientist, isn't it? So what we're going to do first, we are going to design a superhero, and then we're going to do like a little sort of, I think maybe a robot or an animal sidekick. So get your new bit of paper like that. We are going to think about the shape we are going to draw. Now, we're going to be looking at different faces. So what I want you to draw in your paper, we're going to draw with a face shape. Now, can you see I've left quite a lot of room underneath? And that's because we're going to draw a body under there. So we've got circly sort of potato on its side. So draw that picture. So I'm just going to hold that there while you get it right. Now, it probably takes about 2 or 3 times to get right. There we go. I love looking in everyone's houses, by the way. You've got that turquoisey colour that I've got in my kitchen. And the kids are like, that's one of my favourite colours. So have we all got that ready? Give us a thumbs up, guys. Yeah, brilliant. Have you got one, darling? Yeah, right. I'm going to draw that with my black crayon of doom. And, oh, I'll just take that off there because I want to show you that later on. Now, our face shape is like that. Now, if you're thinking she did that straight away without messing it up, that's because I've been an illustrator for a long, long time, and I've drawn this picture quite a lot of times. Now, superheroes, if you think about superheroes, they are always magnificent, aren't they? And if you want to know how to draw superheroes, you should go down to your local library.
And don't forget that Liz, Million and Little Inventors are going to be running that workshop for another half an hour. You can still go to the Make and Do section of our website to register and jump in. Don't worry, it's not too late. Also, our activity packs on the website will give you different tips and ideas of how you can thrift your place, and please do let us know what you've been doing to be thrifty and sustainable with a creative bent by emailing info@festivalofthrift.co.uk anytime up until 4 o'clock today. Now, last weekend, we went to Broughton in East Cleveland with the permission of Redcar and Cleveland Borough Council and have created a socially distanced mini festival to show you some ideas of what you could do in your local community when it's safe to do so, to have mini festivals and to be thrifty yourself, even if that's just putting bunting out in the front garden that you have made yourself. All of the Festival of Thrift favourites were there. Backchat Brass did doorstop performances. I was there. There was a parade at the beginning which featured giant butterflies and young people from the Link in Redcar. And of course, Whip It Up, our Saltburn-based creative friends, were there as well with their sun and wind faces. One of the very famous and popular things at Festival of Thrift every year is our The Town is the Menu community meal. And we laid out a Street is the Menu version for the people of Broughton, themed around the locals there and the history of the area, especially from our wonderful chef, Simon Preston. So I'm going to show you a little video now of what we got up to. And after that, we'll be going straight to another set from vinyl DJs Neil and Millie. So stay tuned for all of that. First of all, though, a look back at last Saturday at our mini festival from Broughton, East Cleveland.
To the Festival of Thrift.
Here we go.
Mama, I can't put anything
Put on, brother.
Why? Because it keeps blowing away.
Put in your pocket.
Come from the front next to me. DJ say out. Come from behind. Hooper say out.
For me and you, in my arms, you're gonna reign supreme. No more serving, they've got to serve my queen. Soldiers to happiness, and our day has come. Leaving for the drivers, and as we do go on, that love, that just feel good. Black girl, precious little girl, you've been in the background much too long. Together we stand so brave and so tall, created by love to love one another. Heart to heart and soul to soul. No one around you ever take your place. My heart is built around every smile that's on your face. Never win a beauty show, no, there won't need you. Your love is phenomenal. Black girl, precious little girl, let me put you up where you belong. 'Cause I love you. Black girl, precious little girl, you've been in the background much too long. Black
have more from our vinyl DJs, Neil and Millie, a little bit later on. Now, normally you'd be used to seeing vinyl DJs in a field in Kirkleatham at the Festival of Thrift in real life. And we're going to be very bold right now and announce that our dates for our weekend next year at the Festival of Thrift in real life at Kirkleatham are the 25th and the 26th of September. So put those dates in your diaries. Keep your fingers crossed that the world is very, very different by then. 25th and 26th of September. We're going to take a little look back now at some of the goings-on at the festival from last year, 2019, at our beautiful site, and we'll take this opportunity to send our very best wishes and thanks as ever to all of the community in Kirkleatham. We can't wait to see you again. Here's some of last year. Back there at the 2019 Festival of Thrift in Kirkleatham. I've got some messages here that people have been sending in via social media. Keep them coming in until 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's always been wonderful to hear from you. Just had an enjoyable BSL session at the FOT Upcycled. Thumbs up. Great stuff. Thank you very much. You didn't say what your name was. I loved the Little Inventors Workshop from Claire in Gateshead. Good stuff. I'm very glad, Claire. I can't wait to hear more about your superhero. Perhaps you can send us a picture via info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. These people did, and that's why we can show you this beautiful Best in Show garden in Saltburn. Look, it's so cute. The train and the mustard pot there are so beautiful, aren't they? Let's see what else we got here. This clicker is being a little bit temperamental, but if we're lucky. No, we're not lucky. It's live television for you. Okay, never mind. We'll show you some more of those later on. We've got chapter 3 of our One Beautiful Moment, I Move the Air piece from Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps coming up in a moment. And this has been created with 25 local participants and filmed in Redcar. I Move the Air is an immersive movement experience inspired by the Redcar coastline with wind turbines in the background, of course. It is an individual experience, but done collectively. We've been showing this film throughout the day, and there's 4 chapters altogether, and what you're about to see is chapter 3, and we would love to encourage you to take part yourselves. You can go to the Make and Do section of our website at any point today, or in the next couple of weeks, in fact, so that you can download the soundtrack and do your own One Beautiful Moment. Go on, why don't you get your camera phone out and film it for us, and send us a video to info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. I would love to show you these other pictures. I'm just hoping my clicker is going to work this time. Let's give it one more go, shall we? Because there's a really nice one. Yep. Nope. No. Ah, okay. All you have to do is go, and the picture changes. So this says, great to watch the live stream and seeing you guys pulling off a digital festival, just about. Bravo. Here's a picture of my nieces in Heerlen, the Netherlands. Heerlen, I hope I'm saying that right, in the Netherlands. Creating some inflatable architecture. You see, as I said before, it may be the only thing that you have to pay for, a tenner, but these Levilab Architects of Air packs have clearly been tremendously popular. So thank you guys for taking part and for getting in touch. And we're going back in the wrong way. Ha-ha! A Saltburn Thrift Jumble Trail happening right now. My best wishes to everybody in Saltburn. I had a lovely time there last weekend. Now, don't forget to send in your questions for Fix It Cafe, who are here with me until 4 o'clock. But first, it's time for Chapter 3 of I Move the Air. And the fourth and final chapter of our One Beautiful Moment, I Move the Air piece will be on a little later on this afternoon here on the live stream. Don't forget that we have activity packs on our website with loads of ideas of how you can get creative and thrifty at home. And one of them is our Noisy Toys activity pack. There's also a video on the Make and Do section from Noisy Toys, and we're going to show you a snippet of it in a moment. This particular one is how to make a robot chicken. Now, it may not look very much like a chicken, but it does screech and squawk and is guaranteed to annoy almost anybody. So if you have got kids, or you yourself are into things which make lots of racket and annoy the neighbours and your family, then this is for you. Don't forget it's in the Make and Do section, the full video. Here's a little taster for you now from Noisy Toys, how to make a robot chicken.
Why does it squawk? Remember, the switch is in between this bit that you dangle and the foil on the surface. Every time it touches, it switches on, but then the surface moves and it switches itself off. So it's switching itself on and off and on and off very fast, and that's what gets the noise. You can change the pitch of the sound by applying different pressure, and you can just move it around to get different squawks. Yeah. Beautiful. So 9-volt battery, more power, and a bigger driver, you get more sound as well. I'm just going to show you what happens if we reverse the polarity here, because you might get more of a bumping than a squawk when you first do it up, but it's quite a nice effect as well. Very nice. I could really get into that. You might see some tiny sparks there as well. That's always very exciting. Let's put the polarity back as it was. Get that beautiful squawking back.
And the full workshop video for Noisy Toys, how to make a robot chicken, is available on our Make and Do page right now and for the next couple of weeks as well. There's also an activity pack in the activity packs section. We are going to go in a moment to a film of The Secret Life of Stuff. We did show this a little earlier on today, but it's so good we thought it was worth a repeat. Jennifer and Lorraine are dancers, and their costume designer's name is Daphne, and they've all got together with young people from The Link in Redcar for this specially commissioned piece for Thrift Fest Upcycled, which explores the stories of rubbish, the sort of things we find in our homes lying around all the time, like bubble wrap, newspapers, plastic bottle tops, rubber gloves. The activity pack for The Secret Life of Stuff will show you how you can make your own wearable sculpture out of these things. Let's tune in now and see what they've been creating and moving.
For the past 6 weeks, some people have not been taking out their trash. Instead, they've been turning it into aeroplanes, robots, rare birds, and all other manner of wild and wonderful things. Welcome to The Secret Life of Stuff.
And our thanks there to Jennifer, Lorraine, Daphne, and all of the participants of the Secret Life of Stuff. Don't forget that you can go to our activity pack section of our website and download all of the information you need to make your own stuff and wearable sculptures. Please do send us a video or a picture if you do to info@festivalofthrift.co.uk, or send us a message on social media and say hello up until 4 o'clock. Let us know what you're doing to stay thrifty. We've just been having a chat here in the studio about our thrifty gardening tips. I got very excited during lockdown about using up all of the banana skins that pile up in our house from whilst working from home. We chop them up and put them at the bottom of our rose bushes to fertilise our garden. And also you can do the same with coffee grounds. One of our crews just told me, put them around anything that would normally attract slugs and snails. Apparently they don't like crawling over coffee grounds, so there's a nice tip for you there for anybody with a garden. The final talk of the day is coming up at 3 in the Get Talking section of our website. You will find Speak When You're Not Spoken To, Young Voices and the Climate Emergency. This panel discussion includes people from Extinction Rebellion, and it promises to be a very lively one. So there's still time to register for that via the Get Talking section of our website, and we'll send you a Zoom link. Time now, though, to hear from our friends at Tuned In Youth and Community Centre, who normally join me on the festival stage to perform music, both written by themselves and covers of other people's work. This next piece by Laura Rowlands is called Sunday Song, and it is completely and utterly inspired, of course, by our green energy theme this year. I hope you enjoy it. Here's Laura.
Cheeky smiles and dimples for miles and bone china tea, cups at lunch, open doors and thimbles on walls, and I've got the 101 on you. I've got the 101 on you, and I can't wait to see what's new when I see you on Sunday. Sparkly eyed when it's present time, no fear she can face a dragon, always too quick with a sharp wit. I've got the 101 on you.
Wonderful stuff there from Laura Rowlands with her Sunday song, part of Tuned In Youth and Community Centre. And there is more from Tuned In on the Make and Do section of our website. Just go on over there and have an explore. But don't go too far away, because we have another performance live from the Palace Hub in Redcar now, just across the way in the other shop window here. Circus 250 have been entertaining our locals along Redcar Seafront and entertaining you too here on the live stream with their shop front circus. This was created during lockdown to keep people entertained from a safe distance, and because of course it is in what is normally an ice cream parlour, there are sparkling hula hoops, lemon top juggling balls and all manner of other beautiful, colourful creations. So let's go over now, shall we, for 5 minutes or so and join Circus 250 with Shop Front Circus.
Hello and welcome to the Festival of Thrift. Here we are in the Shopfront Circus, and I have got a very special trick for you. For the first time in the history of Redcar, somebody's going to juggle 3 lemon tops. Here we go, here we go. No, we are going to make it even better and more dangerous for you via the unicycle. Oh, this is the Festival of Thrift, so I didn't think I'd need the full bike. Whoa, blimey, I wasn't ready for that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Go crazy, go wild. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Hey, whoa. Oh, and now, presenting my great friend, Tutti Frutti Freya.
In your heart clutch. Yeah, you tell me you don't dance too much. Arms blurring through the encore as you tear it from the dance floor. Drag me down, go comfort lane. Baby, when it's over, we gon' start it again. Drag me down, go comfort lane. Baby, when it's over, we gon' start it again. The circus calls, born ready, let's go.
Everybody, give her a round of applause. Oh, yes. Oh, here we are at the Festival of Thrift, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a few more tricks. Ooh, what can we show you? Maybe a little bit of this one. A common tennis ball. Maybe we'll need one of these as well. Ooh, some of these. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all you do with this one is you give it a big spin like that, and you put it on your face, and you juggle, and the crowd give you a really big clap. Oh, yes. Oh. Well, you've stopped clapping, but I'm still going. Look at that. Oh, hooray! Oh. And maybe, just for you, the big finish, ladies and gentlemen, the big finish. What we're going to need for this one? What we're going to need? Maybe some of them, maybe one of these, maybe a bit of this, bit of that. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, I've forgotten something. Right. We're ready. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the big finish. In the shopfront circus at the Festival of Thrift. Up. Hey! Oh, thank you very much indeed. Please, can we welcome back to the stage Tutti Frutti Freya? My name has been Matthew Tiffany. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Circus 250, with their shop-front circus performance here on Redcar Seafront. They'll be here until 3:30, so come on down to the Palace Hub and say hello, get involved with what we're doing. And if you can't come down, then drop us an email at info@festivalofthrift.co.uk with what you've been doing to get creative and thrifty whilst we cannot be together at the Kirkleatham 2-day event, 25th and 26th of September 2021. Keep your fingers crossed that that can go ahead, and put it in your diaries. Let's think positively, shall we? Time now for a re-show of Dandy in a Day from Patrick Ziza Dance, a special film about 4 Newcastle-based dancers, a day-in-the-life documentary, if you will, exploring the modern-day dandy. Now, Patrick is from Rwanda originally, and his work as a choreographer and a dancer explores his own identity and the impact African culture and British identity have via dance. So let's watch this.
My name is Patrick Ziza, aka Patrick Ziza. I'm a dancer, performer, choreographer living in the Northeast England. I want you to reinvent yourself. I want you to reimagine yourself in a different light. I want you to take a traditional way of wearing a suit or any formal attire and completely change it around. I want you to accessorize. I want you to think outside the box. And I want you to show your true self.
What's up, guys? It's DZ here. I've just finished getting ready. I'm gonna meet a couple of friends. It's quite a sunny day, so quite casual vibes, nothing too major. You guys know I like my print, so I got my printed shirt that I thrifted. And I like to play around with colors, so I got the bright yellow joggers. Ain't nobody gonna notice me today, hey. But yeah, got some sunglasses as well. Don't forget the sunglasses, guys, okay? Have a good day. So a traditional dandy, I'll start with that, is a more elegant, flamboyant, and like classy look. And going with the modern dandy, well, for me anyways, I tend to switch that into a more urban style. So I feel like with modern dandies you can flip it and switch whatever you're wearing with accessories. Whereas like right now, like I would say I'm urban / classy.
Yeah.
That's the sort of look that I'm going for right now. Whereas the traditional dandy would be more of like a classy look, like you guys, with the ties and everything. But what you guys have done now is modified it with like your accessories and stuff like that, and made it more modern, I guess. So
the modern dandy is more of is mostly based on expression. So because in our time we're trying to break boundaries, and we don't want to be fit into a box. So I feel like today for me as a dandy I can put a skirt on and I don't have to call it a kilt. You know, I can put a dress on just go about my day. People will still look because it's something different. But I think compared to the traditional dandy, which was more of looking extra sharp, extra neat, Brummel, he was focused on the neatness, and he had that subtle style to him, you know, and it didn't need to be too much. But I think today, as the modern dandy, it's not so much the clothing, it's more of the expression and what it means and what you're trying to say. Clothing is now a very big way to make a statement in any society. So I think the modern dandy is more focused on what the clothes means instead of what the clothes is in itself.
When you look at the a traditional dandy who used to used to belong to a class, and that more oftentimes that was upper class. The rich, and you could only be a dandy if you can afford expensive clothes and be of the upper class, which actually Bob Brummel didn't have. But because he dressed like one, he then got respected and was somehow invited to be one of the upper classes. So for me, it's now the fact that not just the upper class, it's actually anyone can become a dandy, because dandyism is actually individuality. So it's about bringing yourself, not disregarding the class you come from, your background and how you are brought up. It's about taking a piece of that and show it in a different light. And this is why I love the African dandies. For example, they took the whole, the tailored suit as it is, but then changed colors and then really made it really colorful. Then on top of that, they almost theatrical as well at the same time. It's almost like the clothes bring more out of them. So it's the idea of taking something that actually was probably a negative, as in because slavery brought that, and actually took it to reclaim their identity. So it's about taking that traditional way of a suit and bringing it up a notch, really taking it, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this better than you, be more colorful, be more daring, I suppose. So for me, that's why I feel like a modern dandy is very daring. Okay, I want you to deconstruct what you already know. Take a formal suit or something you would wear to look smart. Think about how you could change it around to make it your own. Let your personality come through your ideas. It is about deconstructing the traditional way to wear a suit or any formal attire and make it your own without thinking of any stereotypes that come with it. Reimagine your look, change it, explore, take some risks. Nothing is off limits. Many people are afraid of what others will think of them. Often that means they dress to please others, to blend in rather than standing out. Clothes are one of the things we do have control over. We can choose to repress how we would like to look and dress, or we can be a dandy and express all our amazing ideas and explore different kind of self. It is important to show who we are, to say I am here. Visibility can be a powerful and inspiring and liberating. In the world of dandyism, there is no masculine or feminine. There is no right or wrong. You are free to express your inner dandy however you want. Just remember, it's about style and cool.
Our thanks to Patrick Ziza Dance, wonderful stuff there. And here is my second attempt at a modern day dandy look. So if I can do it, anybody can. Don't forget to have a go at these things at home and get in touch with us to show us what you've been doing, even if it's after our live stream ends in just under an hour today. It's time in a moment for us to meet Pia Castleton. She is a northeast-based forager and allotmenteer, and she would like to encourage us to eat our weeds. Yes, there are things in your garden that you might think of as invasive plants, those species that we love to hate. Well, Pia always takes an opportunity to check whether or not they can be used in cookery. Of course, that doesn't always work, so you have to be careful what you choose. That's why we need an expert like Pia on hand. So sit back and relax and enjoy Eat Your Weeds from Pia Castleton.
Hi there, I thought we'd chat about some Himalayan balsam today and its uses in the kitchen. It's an incredibly invasive species brought to here in 1839 from the Himalayas, where the seeds themselves in the seed pods are used traditionally to make curries. All of the plant is actually edible. The flowers are incredibly beautiful orchid-like flowers and are edible, can be used to adorn salads and other dishes. The seeds can be used in dry seed mixes in place of nuts and things like dukkahs and zatars, and toasted, sprinkled on salads, used in baking. The young, immature seed pods can be eaten whole, and they're very crunchy. They've got a nutty flavour and they can be used in things like stir fries. And I also think that they'd be really good pickled because of their crunchy texture. The young shoots in spring and the leaves are also edible, but they do contain quite a lot of calcium oxalate, which is bad for your kidneys. It is dispersed with cooking, so that's a good survival tip. The stems are hollow, and if you cut between the bracts, they can be used as biodegradable straws. Himalayan balsam is so invasive that groups of volunteers working across the UK to attempt to eradicate it from our waterways and woodlands. The popping pods, which produce the seeds on Himalayan balm, are so effective at propagating that they can land up to 2 meters away from the plant. And for this reason, it's actually illegal to propagate it yourself. or try to grow it in your garden, although it would take over, so I'm not sure why you would do that. It's worth bearing in mind when you're collecting Himalayan balsam that pesticides could have been sprayed in that area, particularly if you're picking in parkland areas. They'll kind of spray around the edges of grass. And another thing to bear in mind is pollutants. So Himalayan balsam grows along waterways and wetland areas. If there's any major pollutants in those waterways, that could affect the plant itself. One use of the flowers, which I thought would be nice to try today, is to infuse a bottle of gin for 24 hours to get the most of this pink colouring. I also thought that we could have a go at trying out a dry seed-based dip using Himalayan balsam seeds. Something similar to dukkha. We'll have a little experiment with that in the kitchen. It's difficult to collect the flowers without accidentally popping the seed pods which are ripe. So one way of collecting the seed pods is we put a bag over the head. Give it a good shake. Hopefully we're going to get something in there. And then you look inside this bag. You can see that they've separated out and we've got some of the darker, more ripe seeds in there. There's one. So we're going to use the seeds that we collected yesterday to incorporate them into a dukkha blend, which is a mix of nuts, seeds, spices and fresh herbs. It originates from the Middle East and Egypt, and it's very versatile. So we'll start by lightly toasting 2 tablespoons of the Himalayan balsam seeds. I've toasted the Himalayan balsam seeds and now I'm going to add 4 tablespoons of hazelnuts. I've chosen hazelnuts. You could use pistachios, almonds, but hazels are a nice option as they can be grown in your garden, can be foraged, so I thought it was a nice addition to our Himalayan balsam seeds. Just going to toast those until the skin begins to blister and pop, and that will give them a nice roasted flavour. Our hazels have been toasting for about 4 minutes. They are blistered and the skin's cracked, so I'm just tipping them into a clean tea towel and giving them a quick rub in there, and what that does is it takes off a lot of the skin so you don't get a lot of nut skins in your dukkha. I'm just toasting the remainder of the dry ingredients to the dukkha. We have 4 teaspoons of coriander seeds, 2 teaspoons of cumin seeds, and 2 tablespoons of sesame seeds. I've got 1.5 tablespoons of white sesame and half a tablespoon of black sesame, just for interest. There's a wonderful fragrance coming from the whole spices now. And just the tiniest bit of smoke rising. So that means that they're ready. I'm just going to tip those into a pestle and mortar. You could, of course, use a spice grinder. And I'm just going to crush them until it's a kind of rough consistency. It smells fantastic in the kitchen. I'm just crushing up these seeds and spices, and then I'll add the hazels to the pestle and mortar. They've got a lovely toasted colour to them now as well. Pop them in. I'm just going to crack them up so it's a good sprinkling consistency. And make sure you add salt to taste. I'm adding about 3/4 teaspoon of salt. And that's all a lovely consistency now for our dukkha. I'm just going to tip in the final ingredients, which is the toasted Himalayan balsam seed, and give that a stir. And it's ready. You can keep this in a jar for over 2 months, really, and you can use it to sprinkle on salads and soups, or you can just dip nice bread into oil and then into this. It would be lovely sprinkled on labna yogurt cheese and then scooped it with some really tasty bread. I've made, just here for example, lunch is a simple salad of roasted garlic and smoked paprika squash with some leaves. Just gonna spoon over some yogurt. This is a kefir yogurt. And sprinkle on some of our lovely Himalayan balsam dukkha. Look at that. For more seasonal recipes, tips on cooking with weeds, foraging, follow me on my Instagram. It's Pia Castleton. Yeah, happy cooking.
Thank you very much, Pia, for your wonderful little eat your weeds moment there. Now, this is our final moment with Fix It Cafe for the day. This is quite amusing to me because Lindsay has literally just finished sewing a button on the shirt that I've just taken off, and Maz is tampering with my nose hair clipper.
I'm just about, yeah.
Basically, we're your private fixes.
I'm kind of loving this,
Your
people.
own repair.
You guys are great. I know
What would you
that
like next doing so?
I brought some ironing with me
Yeah.
that I thought you could just do nice and lay it flat in my
I'll take
suitcase
ironing,
before I
a
get in the
bit of,
train. Yeah.
A little bit of laundry, anything like that.
So before we say goodbye to you guys, I thought, as well as finishing off what you've been doing with the audience, I thought it might be nice for you to explain a little bit about why you do what you do. I'll leave that to you.
Thank you.
Go, or shall I go?
Of course.
So, when I think a really good in our house, we have lots of things that can be fixed, and Maz particularly is known as someone to bring things to fix, and he collects tools and collects things, and is compulsively we get knocks on the doors like, can you fix this? Maz is Maz in. Can you fix the car? Can you fix my bike? And we thought. And when we were working away, we met a group who ran a Fix It Cafe in Finland, and we were really inspired by that and the idea that we could share the skills and the tools that we have at Fix It. Oh, it's working, Paula. The nose fix has been done live.
Live on air. There you go.
So we really wanted to bring that idea that people could get together and fix things, but we could get together people with different skills. So I didn't know anything about electronics and doing stuff, but since doing Fix It, I've learned to solder.
You're iPhone expert now. So.
Yeah, so we've been fixing iPhones today, which we've nearly done. So I need to test the screen, but we have a working iPhone now, so we've replaced the battery and we've replaced the screen. But it's about sharing and learning. So we learn through skill sharing, through like getting together with other people that are interested in fixing and seeing what tools and what ideas we have. But it's also about not throwing stuff away, and we're constantly frustrated with not being able to repair stuff or seeing the amount of things that go into the bins and just get chucked out because they can't be reused. And I think that's one of the main drivers really, is to sort of encourage a culture of mending, to encourage a culture of fixing, and to share and celebrate that. And we called it Fix It Cafe because we like grab a cup of tea, grab a coffee, sit down and puzzle out what's wrong with the stuff and share those skills. So like I've got a little bit of darning we do a lot of sewing. Fabric is one of the biggest has a lot of environmental impact. So not throwing away your clothes, reusing,
Hundreds
patching.
of thousands of tons of clothing go into landfill every year.
But also the amount of water that's used in producing the crops like cotton. So if you could reuse and look after your fabrics for a longer period of time, if possible, then that's good. So we've kind of got a darning kit, so we can sew woolen jumpers back together. We've got sewing machines that we use, and we have all kinds. We have lots of fixers that come and help us. So Clara is one of our fixers, and she comes and helps to sew clothes back together, and or even like SJ, who was here last week, and she used our fabric box to fix one of the kids' bike seats. So there's kind of all kinds of skills and sharing and puzzling things out that we do together, and so there's also a kind of idea of community that comes into that as well.
It's also keeping hold of the of a lot of skills. I think in modern days, I think people forget that you can actually fix things. There's in sort of older generations, you would have had tools. You would have been, most things were easily take apartable, and you didn't need specialist tools for them. And a lot of the machinery and things that we owned were a lot less complex. But and if people forget how to do that, then we are faced with a culture where other than take it back to the repair shop, there is or landfill. It's one of the two. I think what inspired me originally was, as like Lindsay was saying, but it was also going to the city tip and seeing the kind of stuff that was being thrown away. And there was, I was talking to one of the guys there, and it was when flat screen televisions were just coming in, and there were all this sort of it was a pile of huge televisions, big cathode ray televisions, and I was talking to the guy, and he said, I said, oh, what's wrong with these? And he went, nothing. They probably all work, and he said people are just swapping them for a new one. They all want a flat screen television, so they just traded in what was essentially like a perfectly functional TV to get a new TV, but all of these ones were just going into recycling. And he said we've had 2,000 of them in the last month, and it just brought it home to me just how much stuff is going into landfill. And every time I go to the city tip, I'm watching the stuff people are throwing into the skips, and it's distressing to say the least.
Yeah, so there's a sense that by sewing buttons back on shirts, by stitching up things and patching and repairing, that actually we can do something. I mean, and by following
changing the culture, really.
Yeah.
It's creating a different way of interacting with the things that you own, and encouraging people, manufacturers to make things that are going to last, things that you can cherish, valuing what you make, and then we can value those products, and it's looking to a better future where we're not looking back. We're not looking back to a sort of time when it was all everything could be fixed. We're looking forward to a future where we can share skills and share fixing notions and ideas. And stuff is made in a way that will last you. When you buy a piece of machinery, something like this that's built to last. I don't know how old that is, but that's not going to go wrong. And if it does go wrong, you can probably fix it. Whereas some of the other items that I've got here, maybe aren't quite as durable, and the Remington maybe won't last as long.
Yeah. I mean, and that's something else to talk about is when, we get a lot of things like toasters that come in. Maz does a really interesting talk about toasters, but that most people, if you can't afford a toaster, you have to buy something that's in your price range, but often that means it's not fixable. So if we talk about the economics of you want to buy something that you can fix and maintain, often means buying something that's really expensive. So what would be my ideal is that things can be fixed that are in the price range of most people. I think that people shouldn't feel ashamed that they have to buy a toaster that is cheaper, but that's because of the economics of the time that we live in. I think we have to, but if we can find a way to make that toaster last and fix it for people.
Maybe there are other solutions, like having community credit available to buy something that's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Buy we did a little bit of experiment on the cheap £7 toaster. I couldn't quite believe that you could buy a toaster for £7 and the companies would make money on it. So we looked at what that was, and if if you bought like something like a Dualit toaster, which are kind of pretty much endlessly repairable, it'll cost you about 120 quid. And we worked out that you need to own that for 15 years, but it will last you a lifetime. You need to own it for 15 years to actually make it. It would be cheaper to own a Dualit toaster than it would to keep buying a cheap plastic one every couple of years, every time it breaks. So it would take about 15 years before you paid for it. So
Yeah, but most people haven't got 115 quid to spend.
no,
on
I
a
haven't
toaster.
got 115 quid to spend on a Dualit toaster, but I'll certainly be looking on Gumtree for one.
Yeah.
And the nice people at Dualit do a very good repair service and parts service.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that for me then it's about design. So when companies and manufacturers are designing stuff, that they would think about how things can be repaired and fixed. So you can buy new elements for toasters no matter what the cost is, and that would mean that there isn't a kind of a poverty in cheap materials where things are being bought and then chucked away because they aren't made in a state or a quality where it can be mended. I think that comes down to design as well and desire from the company to do that. So I think that's where we're at, and whether it's sticking on a button or soldering cables back together and fixing people's bikes, I think it's just kind of trying to encourage skills and ideas.
Working towards circular economy.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to spend the rest of our time here at the Fabulous Festival finishing off our fixes, getting this iPhone done. We've got the sack barrels being fixed, and the hat stand.
It's in the middle of being fixed, and I'm in the middle of spraying up the bike wheels
And
on
thank you
the
for having
outside.
us, and we'll see you again next year.
Thank you very much, Maz and Lindsay, for being with us all day today here in the Palace Hub in Redcar. And a personal thank you from me for sorting out my nose hair clippers and putting a button on my shirt. How awesome is that? This is a great place to come to work, as long as you bring broken stuff with you. So don't forget to follow Fix It Cafe on Facebook and stay in touch with them until we can all be together. Fingers crossed. That will be the 25th and 26th of September 2021. Put those dates in your diary and let's hope we can bring you the full festival in Kirkleatham as usual. There are regular online workshops on the Festival of Thrift website throughout the year from Fix It. So there's always a good reason to stay in touch. Maybe join our mailing list so that we can send you details as and when they happen. Activity packs in the activity pack section for Fix It tips and frequently asked questions are also available. It's time now to check in for the last time today with the Thrift Mobile and see what they've been getting up to and who they've been meeting whilst thrifting your place.
And here we are outside, or we're in Coral Street. And here I think is the final destination of the Thrift Mobile. Now I've got the lovely, now your Wind, do you still have a proper name?
No, no, actually, I have thought I might be Windy Wendy just today.
Windy Wendy, and obviously we can't talk to you because she's a mermaid, but she's looking really beautiful. It's been a really, really busy day as you've tootled around. Where have you been to today, Windy Wendy?
We've been all over the place. We've been all the way around Redcar, we've been through to Mask, and we think we've probably done every street in Saltburn to follow this amazing Saltburn thrift trail.
Been absolutely fabulous, and we're also trying to not get run over by various cars as we tootle around. Now with me as well we've got Ruth Greenwood. Hello to you, Ruth. What have you been doing today?
I've been holding a stall at the festival. Well, it's not the Festival of Thrift, but the Saltburn Community Response Thrift Trail. Was it a couple of months ago in July? We held the first Jumble Trail, and it was really, really popular. And
what does it mean by a jumble trail? What does that involve?
It's residents put a stall out of the front of their own houses, and they just you create a map of the stall of the town where the stalls are going to be positioned, and visitors who come to the town and other residents can just wander around the town slowly at their leisure and stop off at people's houses, and if there's anything they fancy on a stall, or they can buy it. A lot of stalls did raise for charity, so it's not just about selling. It's the whole sense of community thing. The street that I live on is Coral Street in Saltburn, and it was very popular, busy. It was very busy in July. Obviously, with the new measures coming in, government COVID measures, it's a bit more distance this time round, but it's still been as popular. And it's something for the residents to get involved in, and it's coming from them. And our street is we have a great sense of community, but it passes on to the whole of the town, and all of the residents can get involved in it, and that's the brilliant thing about it. Old, young, doesn't matter how old you are, everybody enjoys it.
Do you know the weird thing was when I spoke to somebody somewhere else at a different part of Saltburn, and they said to me, didn't know this is where I was going to end up, and they said, "Oh, have you tried Coral Street? It's an amazing, amazing community." Why do you think there's something so special about Coral Street?
To be honest, I haven't got a clue, but there is. Everybody's jolly, and I think it's because during the lockdown in March, when it first started, Seb, one of the admins of Saltburn Community Response Group, he come up with the idea of singing at 6, following on from what they were doing on the balconies in Italy, and that brought everyone out into the streets. Obviously, we were socially distanced, but we sang Happy Birthday and a couple of other tunes, and we played them once a week for the whole duration of lockdown, and I think that brought the whole street together. And if it wasn't for that, I mean, I've lived here for nearly 20 years, and my neighbour Trevor, he very rarely comes out, but he used to come out, and there's other people I've never met in the street, but we all know one another now, and that's the brilliant thing about it. It's bringing everyone together.
Why did you keep the singing on for as long as you did? Because you still do it to some extent, don't you?
Yeah, on birthdays, celebrations. The last one was for number 27's 30th wedding anniversary. That went on for a couple of extra hours more than it should have. But yeah, we keep it on just for occasions like that, for birthdays and anniversaries. But yeah, I don't know, people miss it and they want it, So it's maybe once a week on a Friday or Saturday, they'll play 2 or 3 numbers, but it brings everyone out to the houses.
Wonderful. It's really, really wonderful. Thank you so much for following our journey around Redcar and Cleveland this afternoon. Back to you, Paulus.
Thank you very much to Julie Donaldson, our roving reporter who's been with us, and the Thrift Mobile all day today. Thank you very much, Julie, courtesy of Zetland FM. Now, don't forget that even though there's less than half an hour left of our live stream festival online, that activity packs will be available for you for a little while longer so that you can get inspiration and ideas of how you can thrift your place. And please do still write in and share them with us at info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. We are going to have our final set from Vinyl DJs from their living room in a moment, and straight after that we'll be showing you a little more of what we got up to in Broughton, East Cleveland, when we brought a mini festival of thrift to just 2 streets with social distancing last weekend. But first, let's go over to Neil and Millie, the Vinyl DJs, for their final set.
She's so sweet. She's my lollipop girl when we kiss. She makes me twirl. Yeah. She's so soft when she's in my arms. She's my sugar plum, full of charms. Baby, 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 my heart's designed for you. You're my sweetest girl, and there's no one for me but you. Oh, when I saw her first, she gave me the chills when we first met. Man, I got the thrills. Baby, 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 my heart's designed for you. You're my sweetest girl, and there's no one for me but you. Oh, when I saw her first, she gave me the chills when we first met. Man, I got the thrills. It was the 3rd of September, a day I'll always remember. Yes, I will, 'cause it was the day that my dad died. I never had the chance to see nothing but bad things about him. Wherever he laid his hat was his home, and when he died, all he left us was a note. Sing it, your papa was a rolling stone, my son. Wherever he laid his hat was his home, and when he died, all he left us was a note. Doggone it. Is it true what they say that Papa never worked a day in his life?
And Mom, some bad dog run around saying that Pop had 3 outside children, and they know you're right, that is right.
Yes, some people talk about Papa doing some soulful preaching, talk about saving souls and all the time leeching, dealing in death, stealing in the name of
shoes on my feet. Penthouse apartment, icebox set full of good things. And on my finger is a diamond ring. Two chicks on each arm, and boys, I'm ready to swing. Yes, I'm ready. Make a little love. Oh, yeah. Make a little love. Make a little love. Can't call me country now. Well, I can dance. Wear ivory clothes, too. Ain't no cuffs in my bags. Gotta keep a $50 process. My hair is straight as silk. Got a new manicured facial. Skin just soft as buttermilk. And look, on my finger is a diamond ring. Two chicks on each arm, and boys, I'm ready to swing. Yes, I'm ready. Make a little love. Make a little love. Make a little love. Make a little love. I feel so good. Right in my pocket. And I'm ready. Yeah, let's make a little love. Are you ready, baby? Yeah? On my finger is a diamond ring. Two chicks on each arm, and boy, I'm ready to swing. Yes, I'm ready. Make a little love. Yeah. Make a little love, baby. Yeah.
Welcome to the Festival of Thrift.
Here we go.
Mama, I can't put anything
Spot on,
in
brother.
there. Could you keep throwing away?
Put in your pocket.
What's happening? Come from? Come from the front next to me. Iche seao. Come from behind. Upa seao.
And we'd like to give a huge thank you to Sammy and Jess of Ugly Duckling for their part in helping to create The Street is the Menu in Broughton last weekend, inspired by the locals and their stories of living out in the area. So time now for the final chapter of One Beautiful Moment, I Move the Air by Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps, with 25 local participants filmed in the Redcar area. I Move the Air has come in 4 chapters today, and this is the final one. It's an immersive movement experience inspired by the Redcar coastline and your famous wind turbines, an individual experience done collectively. Well, you can take part in yourself. You can go to our Make and Do section of the website, follow the instructions and download the soundtrack and film yourself having one beautiful moment. Please share it with us. If you do, let's take a look at chapter 4. Our thanks once more then to Lindsay Nanacorn and Alice Phelps for creating that beautiful piece, I Move the Air, which we've been enjoying in 4 parts this afternoon. And don't forget that you can go to our Make and Do part of the website, download the soundtrack and video yourself creating your own one beautiful moment. Please share it with us and anything else you've been doing to get creative and thrifty whilst we can't be together by emailing info@festivalofthrift.co.uk. Well, unfortunately, it's almost time for us to say goodbye, but I'd like to say thank you very much for tuning in and being with me this afternoon on this very special digital edition of the Festival of Thrift, Thrift Fest Upcycled. And thank you to all of the wonderful artists and creatives that have helped put together our activity packs, our workshops, all of the speakers and the discussion leaders in the Get Talking section, and of course all of the Make and Do opportunities. They are going to be staying on our website for the next couple of weeks. And you can still buy things from all of our market stall holders up until Christmas. And for the rest of today, the discounts apply for any of our stall holders offering a special 12th of September Festival Day discount so that you can get cracking on your thrifty Christmas shopping for your friends and family. Thank you also to all of the tech team here in the Palace Hub in Redcar, the Festival of Thrift's new home, and the techies in Newcastle that we've been linking up to. You've all done a great job. Thank you for the laughs and the sandwiches. I'm not sure who brought those, but thank you for them anyway. So don't forget to keep looking at our website and join our newsletter so that you can be up to date with everything that's going on between now and when we can be with you again. We have put dates in the diary for next year, 25th and 26th of September 2021. And fingers crossed that will be live in real life in Kirkleatham in Redcar as normal. We shall see. Let's think positively, let's stay thrifty, and let's make this planet greener if we can with our energy-saving creative ideas. I hope to see you at the Festival of Thrift next year. Don't forget that I'll be around with all of our regulars like Vinyl DJs, Fix It Cafe, Backchat Brass, and of course Whip It Up from Saltburn. And thank you to Jenna and Sue, courtesy of Becoming Visible, our British Sign Language interpreters. Just remains for me to say a very warm goodbye from the Palace Hub here in Redcar. You can pop in at any time, Monday to Friday, to collect printed out versions of our activity packs if you aren't able to download them and print them from home. But for now, from all of us at the Festival of Thrift, thank you very much for being with us, and we'll see you again very soon. Take care.
Hello, welcome to Thrift Fest Uncycled, the digital edition of the Festival of Thrift. I'm Wayne.
Come on, to the Festival of Thrift. Come big and small, to the Festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the Festival of Thrift. Tell us about it. Go on, shout it. Beating of the earth, pulses through our veins, an unexpected gift to lift our hands again. We're cultivating, we're animating, enjoying simple things, moving, joining in. Come on, to the Festival of Thrift. Come big and small, to the Festival of Thrift. A celebration across the generations, inspiration and innovation. No, you don't want to miss the Festival of Thrift. Tell us about it. Go on, shout it. Spectacle and wonder, a feast of surprise, a carnival of to join in our endeavour, reusing and upcycling old junk into new treasure. Let's craft a better future, and thrifting leads to thriving, sustainable intentions for more than just surviving. Come on, to the festival of thrift. Come big and small.